These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Ladies and gentlemen, please the program will begin in 1 minute. Let us prepare ourselves and take a moment of silence for the invocation followed by the Philippine national anthem.
You sit around with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong and I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. Raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. And I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. 'Cause I am strong and I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be. Bayang magiging pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiti, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bugaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw ng kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very great morning to you all. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Hi! Hello! Before anything else, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ione the Best, your host for today's Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Virtual Conference. It is truly my honor and pleasure to be with you all and be part of this momentous event. So this year, due to the pandemic, we have shifted to a purely virtual conference. But despite the situation, I can say as early as now that this event is a success. Thanks, of course, to our sponsors, our organizers from the PhilaWeb Technology, and all our participants from the Philippines and the different parts of the world. So, just a few reminders before we proceed with the program. Kindly, please switch off your microphone at all times in order to maintain the focus of the speaker and of your fellow participants and viewers. So at the end of each talk, you will be asked to switch on your camera for a quick photo op with our speakers. Should you have questions about the topic, you will be given a chance to ask them during the Q&A portion. Our speakers and organizers from the PhilaWeb Technology will answer them as clearly as possible. So to our participants on Zoom, you know the drill. You may post your questions on the forum or the chat box. Actually, as we speak, we are also streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So hello everyone to the viewers on Facebook and YouTube. If you have questions, you may post them on the comment section of Facebook or YouTube, because we want this Congress to be as interactive as possible despite our distance. And now, to officially welcome you all to the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Congress, let me call on the president of PhilaWeb Technology Incorporated, the first and the only Moodle partner in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. She's passionate about education and technology. She is a computer science graduate and earned her master's degree in information technology at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She has over 10 years of teaching experience in computer science, both in K to 12 and tertiary levels. Her teaching experience in Moodle at the professional level started in 2011 when the faculty members of the Royal University of Bhutan visited the country for the Moodle training. Since then, she became a consultant, support specialist, and Moodle administrator to many different institutions, local and international, helping them from onboarding to the implementation of Moodle in their institution. She has an outstanding profile when it comes to providing e-learning solutions with high-profile clients such as the Department of Health in partnership with Chemonix International, USAID and HRH 2030, University of Baguio, De La Salle University Institute of Health and Sciences, UPPGH, AMA University, and many other institutions in different sectors. She is a certified PHP developer, a certified AWS practitioner, a certified Moodle course creator, and a Moodle educator certification trainer certified by the Moodle headquarters in Perth, Australia. She has also presented in Moodlemoots around the world, such as the Moodlemoot Philippines, UK and Ireland, and New Zealand. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all warmly welcome the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Conference Chair, Ms. Cheryl Villaroman.
Thank you, Ms. Ioni. I hope everyone can hear me. Can somebody reply on chat? Yeah. So can you hear me clearly? Loud and clear. Okay, thank you so much. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, warm virtual greetings to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. As you know, this is the very first history of the Moodlemoot Philippines, which is completely conducted online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As of this time of writing, we have over 453 registered participants coming from the Philippines and abroad, and most of them are educators, academicians, computer scientists, and education technologists. A great mix of people to collaborate and share experiences with using the most widely used open source learning management system in the world called Moodle. For the first time attendees of Moodlemoot, it is a conference about Moodle learning management system, It is being used in 245 countries with over 265 million users worldwide. In 2018 and 2019, we have made history as we successfully organized the Moodlemoot conferences in the Philippines, where it was participated by e-learning enthusiasts and leaders in the edtech world. And today marks the third official Moodlemoot in the Philippines. From 2020 up to present, all kinds of organizations are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced the closure of schools and businesses, disrupting the learning journey of students and impacting everyone's lives with drastic change and had to lead us to practice the new normal. While the worst is behind us, thanks to all that we have been able to learn, great challenges still await. One of the most urgent ones is making sense of all the information that is out there about how to best teach online and at a distance, as well as making sure we build strong connections with students and one another as educators. In this year's theme, Let's Weave with Learners Who Thrive with Moodle, we brought together all the Moodlers in the Philippines and abroad to learn, develop, collaborate, and thrive together, especially during this time of the pandemic. This Mood PH21 event is very timely as we will be sharing with you many things about e-learning with Moodle, and you will be able to enjoy benefits such as the opportunity to ask questions live from our local and international speakers. You will also be able to rewatch the recorded sessions afterwards, attend the paid workshops on Moodle for educators, Moodle educator certification, Moodle gradebook setup, and the mobile app and the branded mobile app, which has been discussed during the day one and day two of the workshops. Third, networking and connection opportunities with fellow attendants and speakers. So we have enabled the messaging tool of the Mood PH21 site rather, so that if you want to message your co-participants, the sponsors, or even the organizers, you can do so by using the messaging app or the messaging tool of the Mood PH21 site. You can also join the forums in each of the courses, and you may enroll free for all the courses in the free sessions in the Mood PH21 site. You also have the opportunity to connect with our sponsors who are providers of plugins and integrations with Moodle, namely EasySoft, where you can easily manage communication and support for your EdTech ecosystem, create personalized campaigns, messaging, support, and insights. IntelliBoard, which provides analytics and reporting services to education communities and institutions who wants expanded reporting and analytics for their LMS platform. Examus, it is an online proctoring tool, an AI solution for online education, proctoring, and user behavior analysis via AI algorithms. Then we also have Wiris. It is a plugin for writing beautiful math equations and scientific notations in your LMS. Motrain, a plugin which is used to engage your audience with a virtual currency and personalized rewards store. Poodle, your new best friend for your language teaching tools. And also Linode, if you want to create a reliable and low cost cloud infrastructure for your Moodle sites, then you may get in touch with our sponsor, Linode. And you will also be able to earn Moodle Peso and exchange an item in the Mood PH21 store. So please don't forget to like and share this event on Facebook as more points in the or coins in the Mood PH21 store awaits you. Please tweet also using the hashtag MoodPH21 and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. Thank you all and good luck. Ms. Ione?
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Cheryl, for that warm welcome to our participants. So prior to the pre-Congress, participants were given a copy of the program toolkit. So if you have them with you, you may open the file to help you easily navigate this conference. Okay, so now to help me discuss the key details of said document, may call on the person who has experienced supporting Moodle trainings conducted by the company in the past 3 years and is capable of doing Moodle course creation and content migration. Her skills and charisma are a great help in handling clients of different types. Ladies and gentlemen, the current account manager of Nifila Web, let us all welcome Ms. Herschel Lagi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I am Herschel, the current account manager of Nifila Web. So together with Ms. Ione, our host, we will explain and give you a run-through of our program toolkit.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Herschel. First of all, how are you?
I'm very, very fine, Ma'am Ione. And how about you? I hope all of our participants are doing great as well.
We're live now on Facebook. You have 53 participants on speaking. So now, ma'am, I know that our participants have a lot of questions in mind about this conference, and one of which, let's start with a question on how to access the virtual event. So actually, you guys have two options. First is through the Facebook page of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. So that is facebook.com/moodph. So kindly like the page and even share the link on your profile so other people can learn about it as well. Second option is through the YouTube channel. So that's Nifila Web Technology NWTI. On the screen, Ms. Herschel will be sharing them, are the links for days 3, 4, and 5. So if you want, you can also toggle the reminder on button for the set date. So don't forget, of course, to hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Ms. Herschel, you can also discuss about the Moodle mobile app.
Oh, so we also have, you can also access the Mood PH21 site through the Moodle mobile app. So please download the Moodle mobile app so you will be able to conveniently check activities, receive notifications, and be updated about hashtag MoodPage21. So how can you access our MoodPage21 site via the Moodle mobile app? So step 1, download the Moodle mobile app from the App Store or Google Play Store. So just type Moodle and the app will appear automatically. And then download the app, and then once you've downloaded the app, open it and connect to moodpage21.nifilaweb.com.ph by typing it. And then step 3, type in your login credentials. So, and then you will be able to, once you log in successfully, you will be able to view the courses, all of the courses you are enrolled in, and all the activities and resources within the course. I'm sorry, Miss Ione, you are muted.
So that's easy as 1, 2, 3. So first step, download, and then open the downloaded app, and then type in your credentials. So now, Ms. Herschel, can you tell them how to access the Mood PH21 site?
Sorry. Can you hear me, Miss Ione?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So we have the So we have the Moot page 21 site, the Moodle site for our Moodlemoot. And you may want to know how you can access the courses and earn Moodle Peso coins. So how can you do that? So step 1, on your browser, go to moodpage21.nefiloweb.com.ph. Step 2, click and navigate on the registration tile to create your account. And step 3, fill up the registration form to create your account. Then a verification email will be sent to your email address. Please verify your account in order to complete your registration. And then you can use your credentials to log into our Moot page 21 site.
Okay, so those are the steps to log in, download the app, and do that. Okay, so now I give back the floor to Ms. Cheryl Villerman to introduce our keynote speaker for today.
Thank you, Ayoni and Herschel. It is my honor to introduce everyone our keynote speaker. He is the founder and CEO of the open source Moodle software project launched in 1999. Moodle Elementors to create a private space online filled with tools for collaborative learning for K-12, higher education, and workplaces. He has a mixed academic background with the multiple postgraduate degrees in computer science and education and 2 honorary doctorates. He continues to focus on researching how open education technology can best support teaching and learning in open and human ways, with a keen interest in helping to produce a generation that can meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Please welcome our keynote speaker, the founder and CEO of Moodle, Dr. Martin de Guyamas.
Hello. Thank you, Cheryl, for the introduction, and thanks all for hosting and running the event. This is so cool to have a conference in the Philippines. I'm just south of you, down in Perth in Western Australia. So we're in the same time zone pretty much. And it's just really nice to hear you all speaking, and such fond memories of last time I was there in person. And we had a lot of fun. But yeah, we can still meet up online, and even better now I can hear children and chickens and dogs in the background of everyone's houses, which is really cool. Look, I've got a lot to get through. There's a ton of stuff. I try and cover all the questions I usually get asked. So it ends up being a talk filled with lots of details and lots of information. I'll try and finish early so we have plenty of time for questions, though, because there's a lot to talk about. And let's get on some slides here. So I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you're seeing that all right. If for some reason you're, oops, that's not what I want. If you are not seeing my screen right now, just butt in and let me know, but you should be seeing it. So look, I'm just going to cover a bit of news on what we're up to. Now, it's been a pretty crazy year, obviously, and I'm not going to say what everyone says in talks these days, but I do note that the Philippines is having a bit of a tough time with the virus right now. I was just looking at the statistics, and it's been going up recently, so I'm sorry to hear that. In Perth, where I am, we're quite lucky, actually. I think we've had 1,000 cases for the entire year. It's been quite, we've been in a sort of bubble. We've shut the borders and we've been hiding from the virus. But the last year or so has not only been viral, it's been all kinds of things happening with share markets going crazy and recessions and fake news becoming predominant. We have all kinds of human rights issues. We have climate crisis continuing, an eco crisis as well, and lots of political upheaval all around the world. So it's been a very crazy year, and in particular, there's been an education crisis going on. And if you look at the stats from UNESCO, about a year ago, in the 1st of April, this is what the picture looked like. There was 91% of all students in the world were out of school. And even today, even right now, we're down to about 10% of all students in the world are not at school. So it's a huge impact to education in general that we've all been experiencing. And I'm sure you have a lot of observations about what's happened in education and going online, right, in this time. So which we'll get into. What we've been trying to do with Moodle is to be involved in the larger projects. We've been part of the global coalition at UNESCO, and that means attending a lot of meetings. It means being part of projects that are usually national level, and that we've been helping with advice and training and providing software and doing whatever we can to help things happen. Moodle is a global project, and I'm going to go through a few stats here because these have been growing. This has nearly doubled since a year ago. So there's nearly coming up to 200,000 registered sites in the world, and that's a lot of schools and universities. Sorry, my mouse has jumped forward here. A lot of schools and universities and companies using Moodle everywhere, and they are. Spain creeped ahead to become the biggest country in terms of Moodle sites, but all these countries have grown, and the US has fallen to second, but increased quite a few thousand, even in the last few months. So there's a lot of Moodle users around the world who depend on this platform. So we have quite a responsibility, and we have a lot of requests for it being involved in a lot of different projects, which keeps us very, very busy, as you might imagine. So I really just want to take a little step back to what is Moodle. Some people here might be new to Moodle, or don't know it that well, but I wanted to just talk about it from a slightly different perspective than you might usually hear. What is Moodle? So Moodle is not really just an LMS. It's not just a tool that you use online and you go and you use it in a very particular way, and you get your online classroom. It is a toolbox. So it's designed to be a flexible collection of tools and let's say containers, so that you can build your own education platform and that you can do it the way you want to do education. And as a result, Moodle sites can vary a lot. Moodle sites can be very, very different. A Moodle site that you build for 3 million students, like one of our users in China, there's a university with 3 million students. That is a very different type of digital platform than one you might build for a seminar, or one you might build to run inside a company for company training. And that's the beauty of Moodle. It's very, very flexible. It's like Unix or Linux, that you can use it for many purposes. And at a kind of conceptual level, what we have is in a site, you have courses, which are like containers, and you can group them into course categories. And that's the top level of Moodle. It's just a bunch of containers grouped into categories. And then you can change the look and feel. You can integrate it with other things. You've got a lot of settings and configuration. You can get statistics. You can import and export data, and you've got a lot of security settings and mobile access and things like that. And you can connect it to a lot of things. That's really important. So it's this center of the platform in the LMS is this. And then in a particular course, a course is made up of activities and resources. So you have activities where you want students to do things, and that usually, not always, leads to grades and assessments. So they do something and you've assessed them and it makes grades. And then you have resources, which are the parts where you want to show them something or give them something, and for them to look at, to view, to learn from. So you're not making a textbook. A course is not just resources, and the more activities you have, in fact, the better, because you have these students in groups and you want them to be active, you want them to construct, you want them to make things. It's very important that your students are creating things. Why? Because the brain learns best while you're constructing a representation of your learning for others. So if you're actually making things for other people, that's when you're learning the best. Just watching somebody talk, like right now, it can be entertaining, it can be interesting. You'll notice your attention will come in and out when you're watching long things, and you see a lot of YouTube videos shrinking down to 5-10 minutes, because that's usually people's attention span. And watching something can be very entertaining, and you might go, oh, I really enjoyed that. Will you remember the content the next day? Will you remember that content in a month or in a year? That's the learning part. And that's why, to make that actually happen, you need to make that student actually show their learning. They have to make something for other people. And that's really important. And that's what Moodle is really focused on, is that at a deep level, there are so many activities where you can get students to do things. And the more variety you can bring to your classroom, the better, because it's more interesting and they're going to learn more. So I wanted to mention that because I see Moodle used in a lot of different ways, but that is the best way to get learning happening. And if you're really interested in learning in your particular situation, try and think of how you can get students doing things. So let me whiz through some product news and what's going on in our world. And we have usually, as usual, way too many projects, but I like to push the Moodle verse forward. I have a ton of things I still want to do that we aren't able to do yet, and I'm always trying to get more. But shoot high, I always say, right? So these are the major areas that we're working in, and I'll just give you some updates on the tools we make, some of the resources we provide, and the skills areas that we're working in. So what's happening in the Moodle LMS, which is the main learning management system platform? Well, we're in a very unusual phase now, which is that we're heading towards a Moodle 4.0, which is like a major release, right? And the last two releases, or the just before 4.0, are 3.10 and 3.11. We've kept them relatively small because we're spending a lot of time on 4.0, which is going to be a big release. So in short, 3.10 released last November. We had some features to download course content. We have some H5P and content bank improvements, which is to do with the H5P content integration that we did a couple of years ago. Some payment gateway stuff, some LTI improvements. The coming release in 3.11 in May, the main thing you're going to notice from a student point of view is you have this much better look about the course when you're using activity completion. So in your course, if you've set up activity completion and students have to do this before they do that, or there's certain requirements to complete any activity, you can now see that on the course page really clearly. It looks like this, which I think you hopefully agree is going to make it a lot easier for students to know what they have to do. We're also integrating Brickfield accessibility. So this is an open source tool that's part of Moodle. Moodle is obviously completely open source, that allows you to check content. And Moodle, the framework that I showed you earlier, we spent a lot of time making that accessible, which means you can use it even if you're blind or you have other limitations, that you can still navigate and use Moodle. But if you upload a PDF or some content that is not also accessible, well, then your whole course is going to have problems for people who need that accessibility. So this tool searches through all of your content on the site and helps tell you what's wrong and what needs fixing and how to fix it. And there's a ton of other improvements. Too many things to talk about right now, but there's no really huge major features. There's lots of little fixes in 3.11. And the reason is we're spending a lot of time on 4.0. We're expected to launch in November. If we're not quite ready in November, we'll delay it a bit because it's more important for this to be right than on time. But we expect it to be, that's what we're aiming for at the moment. And you'll see a ton of new UX features coming through, a quite different interface when you're interacting with the course, but it's based on a lot of work, and actually it's still ongoing. We're still, even now, changing things as we experiment, as we build it out, try it with different people. There's a lot of usability and UX changes that are happening. And even what I'm showing you now, these prototypes will change even from this somewhat. So we're really working to make this a huge step forward for everybody, and that your migration to 4.0 when it comes is going to, hopefully, your users are going to go, oh wow, this is what I'm looking for, right? I want a wow reaction. So we're working hard on that, and there's a lot of details which I can't show you all of them yet because they're still changing. We also have a ton of plugins, right? We actually have nearly 2,000 plugins. This is a bit of an old screenshot, but there's a lot of developers in the world who are building out functionality for Moodle as an operating system, as a platform. And I want to mention one of them. Poodle is our most recent certified integration. I think a lot of you know Poodle, and that's we've been working together on making it a more promoted part of Moodle, and that, if you're doing any sort of online language courses, Poodle is a really great option. So Justin, the developer of Poodle, has built a service behind Poodle that enables him to support the development and create and keep building Poodle and to make it a useful tool for the community. We have something that we're starting this year, which is to do that for more of our developers, to support them. And just apologize for this very quick looking diagram. It's a bit scrappy, but it's the best one I have at the moment. But it gives you a rough idea of the design of this new plugin service that we're building. And this is a way, it's basically Moodle's app store. So it will make it really easy for any teacher to use any of those 2,000 plugins without having to install code to add functionality. Then great, do it. If you aren't able to, or you don't want to install the code on your server, the service will let you do it through the web interface, and that you will be able to install those activities via our cloud service, not Moodle Cloud. This will be a new cloud that you can have the plugin embedded in Moodle, but this will cost something, because the cloud will cost something to run. So there'll be a subscription fee to access these plugins like apps, and Moodle will take some, obviously, to run the service, And as much as possible, we're going to give to the developers of the plugins so that they will have a revenue stream and they have a good reason to keep making those plugins fantastic. So this is one way of supporting our community that we'll be working on later in the year. Moodle Workplace is our version of Moodle that is specially for organizational learning and development. And this is the only part of the Moodle world that isn't open source. This is a series of plugins that we've built that sit on top of Moodle LMS, and they focus on this business use cases and training within a company. Although people are using it for other things as well. There are some very large clients using this software. The US Air Force uses this now. We have the National Rail in the UK uses this, and a number of other really large corporations are using this software. The plugins on top of Moodle that give this functionality over time, in every release, we are moving some of those back down into Moodle LMS and making them open source. And this is part of our strategy to sustain Moodle with an income, with revenue from people who want these features early can pay for it through one of our Moodle partners. And if you don't, then eventually it will come to you through LMS in the future. And in Moodle 4.0, a very big feature from Workplace is going to be coming into 4.0, and that's called Report Builder. And that's we have a very nice way of building reports inside the web interface. They will be coming to LMS. This is a screenshot of Workplace. It looks a little different than LMS usually does. Our apps, no big changes lately. We have introduced some plans last year, and that gives different levels of functionality. So an institution can pay this small amount, these are in euros, to help support the development of the apps. You don't have to, of course, you can use the app for free. And for most users, that's perfectly all they need. But if you want more advanced features, we have these more advanced plans. And you can get a completely customized app as well, a branded app. Right, let's talk about the resources here. So the first thing I want to mention is we have our Moodle partners around the world, and the Fila Web in the Philippines, our hosts here, and good friends have been Moodle partners for years. And if you need any Moodle help, these are the people to talk to in the region there. But we have Moodle partners all around the world, about 100 companies. And we have some news that we broke recently is that we're working together with 3 of these Moodle partners in the US. And we are acquiring them actually, and we're forming a new Moodle US. And this Moodle US is going to be taking care of the customers in the US region. It's a subsidiary of Moodle, the main Moodle company. But that will be a sort of separate organization that completely focuses on services in the US. And as well as looking after the US, they will also be working on technologies to support our Moodle partners around the world. And also our Moodle partners will be helping to build together these technologies for hosting and for services around Moodle as well. So it's a very exciting time and very new thing for us, because in the past we've not normally done a lot of services direct. But this is a very good solution in the Moodle in the US region, and Moodle US will work together with our partners around the world to do what they've always done. So one of the services we have had is Moodle Cloud, and not really many changes there. There are now slightly larger plans available. You can go up to 1,000 users on Moodle Cloud, but we're just keeping Moodle Cloud doing what it's good at, which is very low cost, simple Moodle hosting. That if you need a quick Moodle site or you just want to try out Moodle, that's a good place to go, to Moodle Cloud. Another one of our projects, and this is another resource that we're providing, is something called Moodlenet. And Moodlenet is our content solution. And I feel like I've been talking about this for years, and I have, that we have a lot of priorities. As I said, a lot of these other things we have to keep working on. So we haven't been able to put a big enough team onto MoodleNet as I've wished, but we're getting close now to releasing MoodleNet properly. And what MoodleNet is our content solution. So this is how we're going to deal with content in the Moodle community. MoodleNet is a place where the best education resources out there in the world, on the web and elsewhere, can be curated. So we can collect them into a place where they're easy to find. And it's very similar to if you use Spotify or Apple Music or any of these music services or YouTube, how you can make playlists of things that you like. You can make playlists. Very similar. These are like playlists of educational resources. So let me give you a bit of a demo and I'll show you where we're at. This is actually a prototype of the interface. The actual version that we have right now doesn't look this good, so I'm not going to show that because we've done all the work underneath. Building software is like an iceberg. 90% of it is all under the surface, and then the last 10% is just how it looks on the top. But this is what it's going to look like. So this is a fictional university that is running its own MoodleNet server, University of Western Samoa, not a real university. So this is their MoodleNet site, and you can run your own MoodleNet site too. Anybody can. And if I click in this prototype, and let's say I search for something here. So I'm searching for the word boomerang because I'm trying to teach something about boomerangs, just as an example. So in the search page, you can see that it's showing me that there are multiple resources on boomerangs with that subject or related subjects coming, some from this server at UWS, some from this server, and some on Moodle.net and other servers out there. And you can see there are some collections here. These are like the playlists which are that it's found, and here are some actual particular resources it's found as well. Now you can search just the site you're on, or you can search all the sites because they're all connected together into one giant service. And you can filter. You can say, I'm filtering by, I'm only interested in certain, say, levels. You can't see it here, but I'm only interested in high school or university or education levels, and other sort of settings as well. And you can do sorts and things like that. So let's go into one of these subjects. So the subject of boomerangs. And so this is the subject page. Oops. And on the subject page, this is all the things that match hashtag boomerangs. The subjects can be hashtags. So you can make up a subject and collect things together, or you can collect things together under a formal subject. So we have a taxonomy of subjects, and we're using a particular international list of subjects. And that's so that things across different servers can be found and grouped together because they'll match that official list. Surprisingly, that official list does not include boomerangs, so that's a good case for making a hashtag. And so here are some of the collections that are made under that subject. And again, the resources, so you're seeing these things coming up, and you can find them multiple ways. Let's go into a particular collection. Now, this is a playlist, if you like, a collection of resources, and it's been curated by this person here, Jane Flintstone. She's the one who's made it and maintains it. And it's very important that somebody maintains these things, because if you've seen a lot of the stuff on the internet, people change, people are doing different things, and they go away, and then you don't know who to talk to sometimes, or there's no one to take it over. So if we've got someone owning this thing, at least we know, well, they're owning it, and if they leave, well, who to talk to get that fixed, and maybe hand it over to someone else. So here you can see their collection, and it's got followers. And a very cool thing you notice now, this orange button, you can send all of these things to Moodle. So because I've connected my Moodle site to this, if I'm teaching my Boomerangs course and I go, you know what, I want all of these resources. These are great. I want all of this stuff in my Moodle course now. You click that, poof, they're in Moodle. They're in your course. And now you can move them around and do things as usual inside Moodle. Let's go a bit deeper. Let's look at one resource here. And so now this is a video from YouTube that's been embedded here. There's comments about it. You can preview it and look at it in different ways. You can like things, you can share things, and you get a sense here of how it works. And I can send just this thing to Moodle if I want. And when you like things and follow things, they appear at the top here. So you can always have access to stuff you're usually interested in. And if you want to check back and see what's new, you can come and do that. And the last bit is you have profiles. So you can see your own profile. In your own profile, this is your profile to the world. It shows people what you've done, what you've curated, what you've uploaded. And so you can start building your reputation. If you're a great content maker, if you're making great resources, then you can get quite well known on MoodleNet, we hope, as someone who provides great stuff, and people can follow you, and they can give you points, they can give you kudos. So hopefully collect points through from other people, and you also get points for doing stuff. And so we would love this to be one of the educators' profiles. I'm not a big Facebook fan, right? I'm not a fan of Facebook and the company and the way it operates, the way they use data and the whole structure of the thing. I know Facebook's super popular in many countries, and including the Philippines, but I would rather see educators build their profile on a educator-focused platform than on something generic like Facebook, which has all kinds of stuff going on there. This is really about education. And that's it. Let's also get a flavor of what MoodleNet is about. So let's go on. The next thing, we have an education team at Moodle that focuses, and you might go, well, I thought you were all education, and it's true, we are. But our education team focuses on the pedagogy and focuses on educating people about Moodle. So we have a number of MOOCs and courses that we've provided for many years. This still looks a bit old, so you can see them, but they're there, and there's a lot of ways to learn Moodle. They're all free, and the courses we provide so people can learn directly from our expert team. But we also have recently, in the last year or two, have introduced this Moodle Educator Certification Program, and this is more than just a course. This is a certification, and so we test you and we assess you on 22 different competencies, and these are not just can you use Moodle. These are you a good educator online? Do you engage in reflective practice and professional collaboration? Do you know how to select digital resources? Do you know how to how to encourage self-regulated learning in your students? What assessment strategies do you know? And how do you provide for accessibility, and et cetera, all these competencies. And we didn't come up with this list. This is a European standard list of competencies. So this MEC is now going very well. A lot of people are taking it, getting certified. It's translated into 10 languages and growing, and it's become quite successful. And you can see the translation. We actually even built a special Moodle plugin that enables us to do the translation of content very easily. That plugin is in the plugins database if you want to look at it. So if you need a content translation solution. And we're now about to take this to a new level. So these Moodle courses and the Moodle certification I just showed you are going to be at the core of a much larger new Moodle site called Moodle Academy. and that will be at moodle.academy. That will be launching around the middle of the year, and we have just been building the team. And what it will be is three main things. We want it to be a really well-designed Moodle site, so you can see what's possible with Moodle. We want to really push Moodle to the limits and show off how to use all these features. We will be using some of the features from Moodle Workplace, particularly the programs feature, because that enables us to do a full program of learning up towards the MEC. And a program is sequences of courses and prerequisites and things like that. So you'll be able to see really the best practice in all details of using Moodle, as well as the content itself, of course. You'll be able to learn everything you need to know about internet-based education. So we're going to start with teaching and educators, of course, leading up to the MEC. But then we're going to have a program for administrators, and then later for designers and even developers to collect all of our training in the Moodle universe into this one place. And it'll be a learning community. So we'll have the global live events running from there. You might have, this year, Moodle headquarters are not running a global Moot because we found that with a global Moot, you can only reach, maximum some thousands of people. And that's a good online conference with thousands of people for sure. But as I pointed out, the numbers of Moodle are much bigger than that. We have, many hundreds of thousands of teachers, millions of users. We want to get to all of them. So we want a site that's like an event place that's happening every day of the year, all the time, and in all languages. So that's the goal with Academy, is to be this big learning place that's like a full-time conference that's happening all the time. And it'll be free. All those courses are going to be free. Looking to the future, the Moodle LMS and these other tools I've just talked about that are around it have all been there for we've had them for some time. It's a PHP application. The language of Moodle is PHP. It's been around for nearly 20 years. It's 20 years since I released the very, very first version of Moodle back in 2001. And we need to start thinking about what the future really looks like in 5 years and more. I don't think a PHP application is the solution for 2030. If I was building Moodle again right now, I wouldn't use the same technologies that I chose 20 years ago. And that's obvious. So if we were to build a Moodle next generation, what would we be doing? And we'd be looking at things like, there's some open skills frameworks out there, a lot of work happening in that. There's a lot of AR and VR, so augmented reality, where you see the real world and digital world combined, as well as virtual reality. There are new devices now that didn't exist before. And, people walking around with Bluetooth headphones all day. How can we build a learning platform that taps into all of these new devices, that works on your television, that works on all these little home hubs and smart homes and things like that? How can we use the global nature of the internet to power the learning? So a lot of Moodle sites are usually closed. It's usually one institution who is trying to create a closed environment, and you go into there through the gate, and maybe you had to enroll, or maybe you had to become you had to join that company or whatever it is to be a member, and then you got this private learning environment, and that's perfectly fine, and I'm sure that will continue. But if you look at the learning on the internet, on the wider world, we have, if you look at YouTube, a lot of us are going to YouTube to learn things. And if you study how you are watching videos and the way the algorithms work, there are some really good things happening in there. There are some really nice ways for you to follow your interests, for you to say, hey, I'm interested in these sorts of things. And the AI is giving you more of those sorts of things. And in particular, what I love is the way you connect to a teacher directly. And a teacher producing a feed, a teacher can produce a regular feed of, it can be videos or podcasts or books or, whatever they're making or art. But you connect to them, you tune into them, and you sort of learn more passively. So, oh, wow, there's a new video from this person. So, you watch it. And you as the learner are being taken along on a ride with that teacher. That teacher's kind of someone you like, someone, a guru, if you like, in a certain area, someone that you think is really, I'm pretty sure everyone here can imagine, or someone, right? There's someone out there who you follow, who you go, yeah, I like what this person has to say. I want to tune in and follow them, and I want to hear more from them. And so they become one of your teachers, and you didn't need to enroll as such. You didn't really need, it's not a formal learning thing. It's just a connection with a good teacher that you found. So how do we bring those concepts into a Moodle platform? How do we take advantage of that dynamic, but make it more, make it fit in better with things like certification and more formal learning that everyone needs to do and see in a working context or in lots of other contexts. There's also technologies like blockchain, which are quite a generic technology for a lot of people building a record together. And there's applications for blockchain in education when you need to have a record of what people have done or what people have learned. And then there's, blockchain is often, people say you can use it for, all sorts of things. That I find it's, has limited uses, but it has some good uses, and we should take advantage of those. And even mind interfaces here. Now, this is a pretty far away from most people's current experience. But if you look at some of the futuristic things that are happening in something like Neuralink, a company that is literally exploring how you would have more direct brain connection and have technologies actually connecting with your brain so that the technology becomes more transparent. And you don't need to actually put wires in your brain. I mean, you can put wires in your brain, but you can actually get quite a good connection simply using AI that studies you. If the AI is looking at what you're doing and thinking and acting and saying and everything that you're doing, you're able to have computers that are listening to us and helping us and teaching us. Now, I've always resisted the idea of let's build computers to teach people. This is not what I think the future should be. I don't want everybody learning from computers all the time. But I do think we have a lot of possibility for empowering educators, which is our mission at Moodle, so that as an educator, you would have the ability through technology to reach and teach many, many, many people. And that we can build a world where the very best teachers in the world, who are really good at it, create this kind of community of learners around them. And there is some really good examples of this now. There's a guy called Sat Guru. He's from India, and he, he's a wise guy. He has he's a very good teacher. He has a lot of good things to say. And And he has the people who listen to him have built a huge community, a volunteer community, where they spread his words. And if you look at the dynamics of that, the mechanics of how that runs, and the way that person's voice has been magnified, and the way he's able to reach so many people, it's really cool stuff. And it's all made possible by the internet. So I think, the internet is this very amazing thing that we've built as a society that has reached into everyone's homes, that is sitting in our pockets, that is in front of us in so many ways and connected together. Nobody owns the internet. We all own the internet. It's not like a company made a product. The internet is like an agreement between all of us. This is how we're going to pass and ship data around. I think it's really important that we take this amazing tool and we use it for good things, and we build structures to really power the next generation of human beings. How do we improve every country? How do we improve every activity, every industry? How do we improve everything? And the answer is education. And we've really got to think about how we do education. So this what I'm showing you is actually just a concept that what would we build if we were to build a Moodle next generation? And this is actually something I'm going to be putting some of our time towards later this year, to start an R&D group where we'll have a number of organizations who are thinking about these things to start coming together and really research what the future could be and what sort of a platform might exist. Maybe it's not called Moodle, but this product, this system, if you like, I think we should be spending time thinking about that. And it's not something for next year. It's probably 5 years away. But like, what could we build if we had unlimited resources? I think we should be thinking about that. So that's some of the things that I'm thinking about and that we're working on at Moodle. Really still very excited with all the things that are happening, and I love the Moodle community, and I love all the things that all the people that we have, and the things that we're able to do together. So thank you for your time. I think we have some time for questions. I hope we do. But that's all I was going to cover for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Dogamas, for that inspiring and informative speech. Actually, in the age of technology, it is important to be guided by principles of social responsibility as we look forward to the future. Truly, sir, it is an honor to be in the presence of the founder of Moodle himself. Now, let me officially open the floor for the question and answer portion. We are now receiving queries, and we encourage everyone to post theirs on the forum or on the comment section of YouTube and Facebook. Okay, so for our first question, this was posted by Zenon Barnakea on YouTube. Good morning. I just want to ask if the use experimental nested discussion view in the forum preferences setting can already be set as a default view for 3.10. So Dr. Martin, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, straight in there. Look, I believe it is already the default view. I thought it was. So it's certainly the very first view I ever created for the forum module was that nested view. And if it isn't like that on your site, maybe someone has changed the default somewhere. I can't tell you exactly. Maybe it's changed recently and I missed it. It's a pretty small detail, but. If you are not able to find it, or maybe if someone else can jump in on the chat here if they know the answer. If you can't find it, the way you would ask for that is to get something into the Moodle tracker. And you go to moodle.org, look for the tracker, and file an issue there and explain in detail what's happening or not happening.
Okay, sir. So now on the screen is the forum. So under the discussion on payment gateway in Moodle, so the Daniel Gallardo, The question is, what are the basic considerations and steps in using payment gateway in Moodle?
Okay, so Moodle has a number of ways to add a payment gateway. Normally it's for enrollment. So you would set up a payment gateway for a particular course, and you would say, and in effect, if the student tries to enter the course, then it says, well, you need to enroll, you would need to pay something, and it sends them off to the gateway to pay, and then it comes back and lets them into the course. So there was the old original module we had in Moodle was a PayPal module, and there was another one for authorized.net. So you'd still need to pick a payment gateway provider. We don't supply you a payment provider, but we have the code for doing it. So in 3.10, there was some new code added for that that makes it a smoother process and access more payment gateways. Really, if you go and look at the 3.10 release notes, they should find all the information on exactly how to configure that. There's also in the Moodle plugins database a whole lot of other payment gateway plugins that will let you that you can add and that will provide different ways. Some of them are there are even some shopping carts. So if you really want a shopping cart type experience where you go through and buy a few things or buy a subscription for the whole site, then those are available there as well. But yeah, these are quite detailed questions to answer right now. What else we got here?
Back to the forum, Q&A forum. Now let's go to the discussion under video. So this was posted by Amanpreet Singh. The question.
Well, so video is important. To make video, well, there's a number of reasons. If video is not working very well, there's a few things I would look at. It helps to put video onto a streaming service first, if you can. So you could use YouTube or Vimeo or any of these sort of video hosting places, and you can put a video there. And then you embed it in Moodle. So you link to it from Moodle, and Moodle will embed it. That will give you really good results because something like YouTube has servers all around the world that enable video streaming to happen really well. Your video doesn't need to be public on YouTube. You don't have to advertise the video. You don't have to, no one has to see it. You can have a hidden link that you only use inside your Moodle site. So that's one way. Of course, you can upload a video directly into Moodle, and Moodle supports that. You can even record a video while writing a text. You can actually make a video right there. The problem, that will work perfectly fine if you have a good internet connection, but if you don't have a great internet connection, you might find it's not as good performance as something like YouTube can provide because there's no streaming service behind it. Moodle just gives you the file. So if you're on the browser and you go to that Moodle site, that uploaded video file will just be sent to your browser as a big lump, right? It's just going to start downloading it. A streaming server cuts it all up into very nice little pieces, and it knows what you're looking at, and it'll just give you what you need to have for that moment. So that's a more advanced thing that Moodle doesn't do streaming. So yeah, if you're having trouble with performance with uploaded video files, I'd suggest maybe make your files smaller. So drop the resolution a bit. That might help. Or use a streaming service. Wow, a lot of technical questions here. What else we got? Can I pick?
Mr. Pete, you may do so.
You pick. I don't have pick something you think might be. I can answer here.
Okay, so this question is from Mr. Justado Calmada. Is there any possibility for Moodle to support other databases like MongoDB?
Well, it does support MongoDB for certain uses, but not as its main database. No, we support MySQL and Postgres as the two major ones, open source ones. We also I believe it still works on Microsoft SQL and Oracle because we have a database independence layer. We're not going to be adding MongoDB as another solution. I don't know, it wouldn't add anything. Moodle's built on relational databases, and I believe MongoDB is not a relational database, so it's not going to be any faster or better, so there's no point in doing it. However, if you have data in a MongoDB, such as all your users or something, you can certainly connect from Moodle to that database to use it as an authentication source, or those kinds of integrations are possible. Yeah.
Next question.
But yeah, you should use whatever the best tool for the job is, not just something because you want to use it.
I have a question, sir, from Joe Mantanael. Is there able adding or copy pasting images in basics or format? We had an issue that the course wasn't able to load fully due to basic support images added in the course.
Quite a technical question here. I'm the CEO of Moodle, so I don't get a lot of time on the technical things anymore, but obviously I have a technical background. Look, I don't know about the base 64 format images. I don't know why that would be a problem. You should be using JPEGs or PNGs or GIFs. They should all work fine. And I don't know what this answer is. So I would say maybe someone else in the community can help here. If you know the answer out there and you're hearing this, get into the Moot site and answer them here. Or this is another good question for Moodle.org as well.
Okay, so I have another question from Mr. Rainiel Gallardo. I'm planning to recommend offering interactive self-paced short courses as part of our school's online learning programs. I got a suggestion to outsource a course developer who can create a course from the scratch using authoring tools like Adobe Captivate, which will be uploaded to Moodle as SCORM package. Is this really necessary for an interactive and sophisticated self-paced course, or we can do this in Moodle without outsourcing?
Yeah, so no, it isn't necessary at all. I'm not a big fan of SCORM. SCORM is a way of wrapping up a whole bunch of content into a little package, and it can be this interactive thing. Inside SCORM, you can have quiz questions and other things, but it's all this big lump of data that you upload and drop into Moodle. So Moodle doesn't really do anything in that case. It just gives you the package. And if you're lucky, those grades from inside the package will end up in the gradebook. I actually find that you don't get it's very hard to get a great result this way. You end up just having a bunch of packages to go into, and I don't like it personally. So if you really use the Moodle tools properly, you don't need any of that. If you want questions, then make a quiz. If you want nice content, then use the resources. And if you spread out those things, if you really think about the learning process for your students, and instead of having one big lump in a SCORM package, if you break it out into a series of experiences, so read this, here are some questions to do, here's an activity where I want you to now write something, I want you to work with your group, I want you to have a discussion. If you think about all those experiences, you build all that in Moodle. Moodle has all those tools. So that kind of instructional design is a skill and something that you do need to really get good at. But Moodle has all those tools for that. So yes, you don't need this sort of method at all. Thanks, Rainiel.
Next question from Mr. Oswardo Pabatan Jr. What is the edge of Moodle from other platforms aside from this is open source?
Well, by edge, I guess you mean like advantage. Moodle is a very deep platform. It has a lot of features. Most other platforms have, they might have somebody might say, well, they're easier to use, but that's because they have very few features, right? So they have almost no features. So yeah, of course it's easier to use. And that's something we're addressing with our UX work in Moodle 4, by the way. But the advantage of Moodle is that you have anything you want to do is possible. Anything that you can imagine that you might want to do in your education situation is possible. And that comes, some of that is because it's open source. It's a result of open source. It's not necessary that it'd be open source to have all those features, but because I built Moodle as open source, we have a lot of people contributing and a lot of people adding and creating all these features. So I think that customizability, that flexibility, that depth, that's a huge advantage. That it's not necessarily open because it's open source, but I definitely connect them. Yeah, and look, and also, I think it depends on what other platforms you're comparing it to, but Moodle is an internet-based platform. The internet has a lot of advantages. You have a lot of flexibility in what devices you use. You can learn while you're on holidays. You can learn at home. You can learn from anywhere, anytime, and that's a huge advantage in any education situation, that you have that flexibility for your learners. There's a couple. I'm sure the rest can think of more.
So with Moodle, anything is possible.
Hmm.
So next question, sir. So this question is from Mr. Benny Caspe. We've been experiencing servers slowing down when loading courses. Okay, there's another question here from Mr. Mark Anthony Papa. Is it possible for Moodle to accommodate more than 10K simultaneous or concurrent users?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is it's important there's a difference here between the concurrent users and then the total number of users. So I did mention a site that had 3 million students on it. They have something like 100,000 concurrent students. So that's the number of students that are actually on the platform in a given, say, minute. So not all the 3 million will be using the system at the same time. But if there's a big quiz, or it's 9 o'clock in the morning, there might be a whole lot of people all on the site at the same time. Moodle has no limits for concurrent users at all. It's completely about the servers that you put Moodle on. So you may need a lot of servers to get a lot of concurrent users, but that's just part of it. Any technology. The things you might, if you use Google to do a search, just one search will use thousands of servers, thousands just for the one search. To get that speed, they need thousands and thousands of servers, and your search goes from the one search page, it immediately goes out through a whole data center of machines. They're called shards, and then the results come back to show your results. And to build services that are fast, you need a lot of hardware. It's just computer science. So it's the same with Moodle. If you want to run a quiz with 100,000 students, you're going to need a lot of hardware. It's just what is necessary. There is no way around it, because there's a lot happening, right? There's a lot of things need to happen in the computer.
Two more questions, sir. Let's take one from Facebook. This is from Mr. Efraim Termudo. Will you consider also a built-in function for multi-tenacity of Moodle?
A built-in function for what? Sorry.
Multi-tenacity of Moodle.
No, I still couldn't hear it. Tenacity or something. It sounded weird. Your microphone's kind of a bit blocked.
Sorry, multi-tenancy of Moodle.
Oh, multi-tenancy. Yeah, actually, multi-tenancy is one of the features of Moodle Workplace. So Moodle Workplace has full multi-tenancy. That is definitely on the list of consideration for Moodle LMS in the future. That it's one of the, as I said, those features that come down from Workplace into LMS. Yeah, we're thinking about it. I'm not sure when that might happen. In the meantime, you can run as many Moodles as you want, and it doesn't cost you any more, right? Except hardware.
Okay, sir, for our last question, this is actually a good one, sir, from Mr. Rainiel Gallardo. By the way, last question, just in case there's still time. Sir Martin, what led you to create Moodle?
Well, like most people, we all have issues. We have problems we want to solve, and I'm an engineer in the back of my mind all the time. So I'm always thinking how to build solutions. I'm always thinking how can we use technology to solve things. And so I could see a problem when I was working at a university 20 plus years ago, and so I was trying to find tools to solve that problem at my university, and the tools I found were not good enough. And so I thought, well, I'll build something here. So in the development world and open source world, we usually call this scratching an itch. You have an itch and you scratch your itch. So everything starts out like that. If someone has an itch and they scratch it. But I mean, deeper than that, I'm a very strong believer in human beings on the planet and the power of education. So I want to see us do education better. I see when you see all the problems and the wars and the terrible things that people are doing to each other on the planet. It just seems to me that education has got to be the solution for a lot of that. If we had people who are better educated, if better education was able to be available to everybody, if good educators had more influence, were able to reach more people, if our tools enabled educators to teach better, to have more impact, then we could maybe solve some problems. So that's why education for me is the answer to a lot of problems. And so I'm thinking, well, what can I do as an engineer to help education? And it's building tools. So, and I'm still doing it 20 years later.
Okay, so very well said, sir. Truly, education is a powerful tool to answer problems of today and tomorrow. So, as that is all the time that we have for the Q&A, I know we still have questions. I'm sorry, guys. We will, Sir Martin will be able to answer all the questions now. But allow me to thank you, sir, for gracing this conference and to present you with a certificate of appreciation, which reads, Philoweb Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Martin Doglamas for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. So given this day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing, signed by Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Philoweb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Martin Doglamas. A round of applause, please.
Thanks, Ione, and thanks, Cheryl. You always know how to bring a lovely formal touch to a Moodlemoot. I appreciate that. Thank you for all your work in setting things up.
Thanks as well, Martin, and it's nice seeing you again. Take care. Bye.
It's a small world. We all live here together out here, so we'll see you around. and
Yeah.
have a great conference.
Right. Thank you, Martin. Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Lutels. So this is just the first segment of today's lineup. So imagine what awaits you today. So at this juncture, we are giving you a short break to stretch a little bit. So on my watch, it is 10:31 a.m. Philippine time. So please be back by 10:35 a.m.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students. And all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
And we are back. Hello again, everyone. So to our participants on Zoom and to our viewers on YouTube and Facebook, we welcome you to the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This is actually the first day of the Congress, but today, this is the third day of the virtual conference because last Monday, many fortunate individuals took part in the two-day pre-Congress workshops. They had the opportunity to attend the Moodle workshop for educators, as well as the Moodle Educator certification. Then yesterday, our pre-Congress participants were presented with the topics on Moodle gradebook setup, the AI proctoring, the Moodle app, and the branded Moodle app. So today, aside from the talk of Mr. Martin Dogiamas, we have 5 more esteemed speakers who will be imparting new learnings with you all. So please feel free to ask them your questions through the forum or via the comment section of Facebook and YouTube. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our first presenter for the day. She is a graduate of philology who grew interest in IT through open source. First as an interpreter and then as an evangelist. Now with 15 ongoing years of experience in education, she is happy to find herself on board with the Examus team, which is a globally operating but closely knit team of IT innovation enthusiasts looking out to change the concept of e-learning by improving the integrity of the online assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, to give her talk on AI proctoring, a win-win solution or a two-edged sword against academic dishonesty, let us all welcome Ms. Elena Esiak.
Hi, everyone. Let me please try to, well, virtually present myself face-to-face with you, at least for the start, until I begin presenting. Yes, thank you very much for this introduction. And I already noted that this is my first Moodlemoot event. And of course, this is a very special occasion to me. And today it gets even more special because it's an honor to speak after Dr. Martin, of course. And in the first place, I would like to thank the Nefila team behind this event because they are doing a great job bringing together us from different countries and bringing together the education, business, and technology so that we could meet up and discuss some of the most important questions which permeate the e-learning industry today, which is, of course, something on the agenda. Even if the pandemic is going to go away, e-learning is here to stay. So in my talk today, let me share my screen, please. Yep. So in my talk today, I would like to introduce you to the concept of AI proctoring. I will tell you what are the potential advantages and what are the potential downfalls of this wonderful technology. And we are going to look a little deeper into the inner workings of proctoring and how it can be used with Moodle. And I'm also going to share some experience from our team, from the Examus team, of how we deal with the AI proctoring assessment risks and what changes we even introduced in our logo so as to be more particular as to the idea that we bring with our solution. So the title of my talk is just centered around the idea that any kind of technology is powerful, but sometimes it is very important that this technology is wisely used, and this tool should not be actually brought into a weapon. So let me start by introducing you to the concept of AI proctoring. So basically, AI proctoring is the technology which captures the data from the user's camera, microphone, and desktop, and then this data gets analyzed by AI and by computer vision, and it gets to the server where some processing takes place, and after the exam, this data gets back to the end user, who is an exam admin or LMS administrator, or basically the tutor. This data gets to them in the form of the full exam recording and various kinds of reports, which we're going to look a little deeper just in a while. So what kind of exam data is collected and what it looks like? In fact, AI is taught to recognize some certain user behaviors and analyze them to understand the person's involvement in the exam process, and basically to give this kind of assessment integrity, to add the integrity to the assessment. So what AI can detect are multiple things, like it can detect whether the person is alone in the video frame or there is somebody in the room maybe trying to help them scrap through the questions. It can detect whether the person is talking or whether they're trying to access another tab in the internet browser, whether they are using some additional hardware like secondary display or a smartphone or earphones. So these multiple events are triggered in the system and are meant to be some suspicious actions, which are probably the elements of cheating. So in fact, the proctoring procedure can be either done when the candidate is one-on-one with the AI, and in this case is called post-review proctoring, or like this, you can have several people taking their test or exam at the same time, and the AI will be watching them along with a human proctor so as to add extra credibility to the result. Let's take a look at how it works in real life. So here is a glimpse of post-review proctoring. You see the student gets through the Moodle quiz, and there is this side panel where they can see themselves with a video frame, and the user's actions, like if they are speaking in the microphone, create the alerts in the system, like microphone voice detected, or if they are trying to move their cursor so as to open another tab, the exam page shows to have lost focus. And this is what it looks like when you have multiple users on the screen. So the AI is now generating alerts for all of them, and you can see this in the right side panel. And the human invigilator needs to take control over several users and their desktop activity at the same time, which of course is a very special kind of operation which you should be trained for. So this is what proctoring is about. And after the proctored exam is ended, the end user gets multiple reports, like a session report or a general report where you have multiple session recordings and their results, so as you can process them, analyze them, and basically give this general picture of how the exam generally went on. Now, if we look a little deeper of what is remote proctoring as technology, of course, as any kind of tool, it has some advantages, and it also brings some potential risks to everybody who uses this tool. So what are the limitations and the downfalls of the technology? Let's take a look at them. So start with the opportunities that this technology brings to any kind of educator or a business runner. The first and the most important thing is their opportunity to run exams or tests in the normal way. Because when the pandemic struck, it was a serious risk that the normal flow of education process or the business flow could be undermined, and the recruitment campaigns or the K-12 exams will not be taking place as usual. So with online proctoring, you can really let your students sit one exam at the same time, and you can have from 20 to, I don't know, 2,000 concurrent users monitored, and their exam results seem to be credible. What are the risks to that? Well, in fact, it creates a lot of usability and accessibility issues, because proctoring tools can be different and they use different workflow. Sometimes they may add some complex activities that the user might not be familiar with. So the problem is that a person who is about to take the test and being quite stressed at the same time might not be very lucky to use the new interface, which is added on top of their usual system, for example. So that is why this kind of large-scale exam creates issues, because it gives privileges to those users who are, for example, more tech-savvy and who are just more proficient with the technology, and those unlucky people who might not just be so good as dealing with new interfaces might not succeed. So the second opportunity is that in the ideal world, using AI proctoring gives the exam admins ultimate control over the exam flow and over their test takers' behavior. And in fact, what it brought were a lot of privacy concerns, just because you might have heard that there are even several cases of lawsuits against proctoring companies because the users are not aware of how their exam data is used and how their personal data is handled and where it's stored. Yeah, and actually it really, well, this is a problem that not to be underestimated. We really should think about that before we bring the test takers to the proctored exam. Again, for the proctored exam, you always have this kind of fact-proof confirmation of your exam result and of the general flow of the exam process. And the reports that I mentioned are pretty detailed, and it seems like you have all the information that you need about whether the exam integrity was preserved or not. But in fact, we may question the accuracy of AI-based assessment because, as you know, sometimes the human bias can seep into technology as well. And some of the AI-based tools can be very specific in terms of the person's skin color, for example, and it creates deviations in the system and affects the accuracy of results. And ultimately, in the ideal world, again, remote proctoring is supposed to eliminate the cheating problem, which is not altogether true, because if you are too protective, you can risk violating the user rights, because any kind of technology is supposed to be on the user side, and it's literally unnatural if there is a tool that can do a lot of harm to the user if they do not know how to use it properly, or for example, if they just, well, everybody can slip down, you know, anybody can make a mistake. So what if the AI just got false positive during the exam result and the person failed just because this kind of machine-based algorithm was not correct? So I'm going to share some experience from our team, how we deal with the AI proctoring risks. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of how our technology works with Moodle so as to prevent these issues and at the same time give our customers the opportunities which the AI-based proctoring is supposed to give. So let's start with the first one, for the usability and accessibility of the system interfaces. Now, this is where our Moodle part comes first, because we have full Moodle integration in the form of the official plugin, which is available on the Moodle website. So what it takes for the exam admins is just to download and configure this plugin with our help, of course, and they can get the full system set up and running in no more than 2 hours time. And it also gives a lot of usability to teachers and to the test takers as well, because for the tutors, for example, they only need to use the Moodle interface to create the exam or the quiz in the normal way. And the test takers can just log into their usual Moodle interface with their usual credentials and do not need to install any other software. So, of course, I will not take the 2 hours of your time to show you how the Moodle plugin can be configured, but I think I can walk you through the tutors and the test takers experience, just to prove my words. So let's take a look at what creating a proctored exam looks like for the tutors. So here is the Moodle panel where you can create the course. I think there are a lot of people who are very much experienced with Moodle, so you can see that everything is very much familiar to you. So you create the course in the normal way, and this can be any kind of activity. So you can literally set exams to any type of activity in Moodle, whether it's a quiz or an oral exam, for example. So you add time into the test. You may add the accessibility settings and for how long your test is going to take. And the only thing that you need to add to set proctoring to that is to restrict the access to the test by using the plugin, which is already installed in the system. You can configure the exam rules, and this is a wonderful thing in Moodle, because all exams can be different, and you need to understand what kind of activities your students will be doing so as to allow them proper actions. So then you just set the demo course, you edit the quiz, and basically that is all. Now let's take a look at the user experience. So as I said, using exams with Moodle is a very user-friendly and simple thing, basically. So the user just needs to log into their usual platform, which is Moodle. So they use their regular login and password. They get to the usual dashboard and access the course where the proctored exam is set. And here they just need to access this course by the link, which is already set with the restriction. So when they click the link, they get to the Moodle quiz, which begins again in a usual way. But when the users click start, they get to Examus authentication page, and they need to pass 3 stages of authentication. So the first one is going through the exam rules, which is a very important stage because you can place here everything that your user needs to know about the exam that they're supposed to take. This page can take any format on any language, because just like Moodle, Examus is very customizable and has multiple languages that our users can use. So the user gets to the exam rules, they accept them, and after that, they pass to the second stage at which Examus is identifying the person. Now, the identification is one of our system's key advantages because, oh, excuse me, I skipped one step. Yes, sure. The second step is the system check, because Examus needs some permissions from the user's hardware so as to continue its work. Basically, these are the permissions which you give to any kind of video conferencing app like Zoom or Google Meet. Yeah, so this is a regular procedure. And of course, the users can take it anytime before the exam, either on our website or during a trial exam, which we always provide. So when the user knows that their hardware is okay and they can proceed, they get to this very third stage, which is the user identification. And this can be done in a different way. So here is the most simple thing where the user would send their webcam photo to the server, and then it will be checked after the exam by the human invigilator and by the AI algorithm as well, if you want to compare the user's photo with their, for instance, student ID that you have in Moodle. Then they have 30 seconds to show the system around the room. And this is basically everything that you get, well, apart from the test itself. And then the user would just proceed to the test in the normal way. So that is it. And as you can see, excuse me. Yep. As you can see, the user experience is also very simple, so as not to add more stress to the test or exam the user is supposed to take. Now, for the second issue that I noted, which is the privacy and the data security. Now, here it's very important to keep the balance between being transparent and being protective. So in what we are transparent is providing our users total clarity over what data we collect and how this data is handled. So Examus does not collect any kind of personal data, let's say from the Moodle profile, except for the user's name, so as to identify their exam, and their email, because, well, this is where the exam restriction, this is how the exam restriction works. I mean, the proctored restriction. In the way that we provide the security of the data is by using our reliable and sustainable server infrastructure, which is represented by 9 servers operating globally. So you can be sure that your data will not travel overseas to be processed. And this also lets us handle the bandwidth issues and deliver the service in the proper way, even in the regions where connectivity and the internet speed can be a problem. And of course, Examus is compliant with international and local data privacy legislation. So this is something that should be done prior to any kind of testing or examinations. And the users should be very well familiar as to what kind of information we take from them and how it actually gets handled. Then when it comes to the accuracy of the IP, of the AI proctoring results. So we have our own methods here, which is called the cheating score calculation. And it is basically done using configurable proctoring settings. So as I noted, all the exams can be different, and it is for the exam admin to decide what kind of user behavior is more important to them and what will be really taken as probable cheating attempts. So that is why when you, just as you set exam rules in Moodle, you can also set different weight and different importance to the specific user behaviors that can be treated as cheating attempts. Like if you decide, for example, that the absence of the student in the video frame is the ultimate thing, you can add the higher parameter to this kind of alert. And if you know that using, for instance, forbidden hardware like smartphones and earphones is more important, and this will be an ultimate cheating thing, then you can do this differently. So you set the multiplier to each type of violation. And then you also set the threshold, which is basically this line between the pass and not pass. And this depends on how strict your AI proctor is going to be to your students. So this is something that that is to be prepared in advance, and this is something to think about in advance, because sometimes you should diversify between high-stake exams and just regular course assessment, where there is just no need to be very specific. So when you actually have some trial exams, you can inspect the results afterwards and take a look at whether your initial settings were correct. Like whether looking away from the screen here, because it was set to be an important parameter earlier, whether looking away from the screen really means that the person did not pass the exam, or maybe they just looked away once, yeah, and this should not count as a violation at all. So after you have analyzed the results, you can go back to the exam configuration and try different settings until you achieve the precision that you want. But the question is, even if you set everything correctly, and even if your AI parameters are very sensitive and very correct and clear. Does it give you 100% of exam result credibility? Well, unfortunately, the answer is no. So that is why, in our view, we always advise to let the human proctor make the final decision. Now, there is a lot of talk now about the false positive proctoring results, like somebody would just pronounce a few words and they will be already flagged as violating exam rules. Or maybe there was just a person who entered the room because the test taker was at home to bring them a cup of coffee. Or maybe there was a dummy in the room, or some kind of picture or portrait, which AI thought was the second person in frame. Now, my favorite story here, which is a real story, is about a student who almost failed the exam because of the Donald Trump's face on their T-shirt. So the AI would detect the face on the T-shirt as a second face, and when the test taker was moving, it was naturally moving as well. So it looked very much reliable to the AI, but it always takes a human eye to understand what is really going on. So that is why we always advise, and we provide extensive guidance and training for our customers so as to analyze the results of the AI proctored exam to be more particular and to be more precise. Then for the user rights and for the user side, Examus is always here to help. As I said, we have multilingual interfaces so that the user will not have any problems as to understanding the settings or anything which refers to the service. We have 24/7 support during the exam time, which includes troubleshooting technical issues, dealing with system check problems, and with work preparation questions, because sometimes the users need to be instructed before they even get to the test. And we always provide guidance and training to the institution's employees, whether it is our business partner or an educational institution, because it is always better to give them the information so as to provide the first line of support, because they know their users better than we do. And sometimes it can just reduce the time in which the actual help is given to the student. And which, of course, gives just more positive results it adds to the usability of the service. And finally, as for the user rights and as for our product policies in terms of dealing with cheating in general, let's face it, we are not going to eliminate cheating totally as is. We can limit the deliberate cheating just because we can make our AI better, and we can train our proctors better, and we can generally raise more awareness in the society that the AI proctoring tools are something that can be used to help their real exam process. But again, so instead of just labeling the user as cheater straight away, sometimes it is better to give them a second attempt. And even if you have a right to kick the student out of the exam, if it's a real-time exam, just by pressing one small red cross here. So even if you can do this, sometimes we advise that the exam admins will not do that, because like any kind of culture, academic honesty is something that a person is not born with, and naturally this is something that should be fostered. So that is why giving second tries and second chances and basically presenting more evidence to the fact of cheating instead of being overprotective and just banning the user straight away from the exam even if they are doing something wrong. Sometimes these can bring more positive result, and it can generally improve the overall attitude to proctoring exams, which is of course a very problematic thing. So capital, I would like to point out of our general idea, which is of course reflected in the way that our company positions itself. Just right from the beginning, our logo here, yeah, it would look like this. And we just found it quite funny that we used, well, this kind of paraphrase of the quote from a famous novel by George Orwell, you know, this dystopian novel 1984, where the society is under massive surveillance of some you know, algorithm controlling their behavior and making sure that they are thinking right. So that seemed a nice joke for us, and so we had it as brother examiners watching you. But then, you know, we had some second thoughts about that, and we decided that probably it is not the idea that we want to convey. So we have changed that. And so my message and our company message in general is that proctoring technology, it can be a wonderful tool if you use it appropriately. And if we think together of how we can improve the overall user experience by using AI proctoring solutions, it can probably lead us to a better future with a wonderful e-learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elena, for that wonderful presentation. As I believe that our participants and viewers have questions and clarifications in mind, I now open the floor for the question and answer segment. So our participants are very active as there are questions on all our platforms. So now, first of which is the one from the forum. The question is from Kim J. Donceras. How to upgrade the limit on video submission?
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question in general. I don't know if it's possible to paraphrase it somehow. To upgrade the, you mean? Oh yeah. So I think if it refers to the bandwidth requirements, yeah, if I can use the overall topic here. So I think that well, this can be done half on the technology side and half on the service side. So if you need some, if you need to limit the time, yeah, if you are restricted in terms of how much time you have so as to process the exam results, I don't know if I'm getting the question right, yeah? So probably it can be done on the service side when you schedule the test or the exam properly so as there will not be too many concurrent users taking the test at the same time, so as it will not take too much time to process the results. But if we're talking about large-scale assessment where you need to have a lot of concurrent users, and we can support up to 20K concurrent users with our solution. So if you need to process this more quickly, then probably first you should choose the appropriate type of proctoring, which should not be real time, but post-review. And we also have some mixed technological solutions here, like if you need your proctoring results very quickly, you can opt for using multiple screenshots of alerts instead of using full exam recording, so as the data from your test taker will be captured in a different way and will be processed more quickly.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Another question on their bandwidth requirements from Ms. Magdalene Unahan. In consideration of our students in the rural areas, what is the minimum bandwidth that the student should have so that exams, when integrated in Moodle, will work just fine?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Well, actually, we have one of the lowest bandwidth among other solutions, and that's 1 megabit per second. So that should be
1
enough.
megabit per second. Okay, another question, ma'am, under technical trouble. What to do in case of technical trouble during proctored exams?
Yeah, thank you. Well, here is where our service support comes first, because, well, it depends on what kind of technical trouble it is, you know. If this is something which we can manage, yeah, like it's the problem of not the user trying to log into the exam, but having troubles with their own hardware. Well, in this case, they can refer to our support, and the turnaround time will be 10 to 15 minutes. So they just need to explain the problem, and they will receive the support from our help desk team during the exam time very quickly, so as to troubleshoot the problem. We also have the automated support as a chat board in Telegram. So if this is something very typical, they can do this by themselves. And if this is something which is on the server side, for example, this is handled by our DevOps team, and the server problems can be fixed in 30 minutes. Well, but if this is something really serious, like you have total internet crash for several hours, yeah, and you could not access your exam, well, in this case, it is just something that we can handle by our service. As I've said, we always provide second tries and second attempts uncharged. So whatever the reason for not passing the exam was, if the connection was down for a long time, the user will just get a second attempt to pass this exam.
Okay, I hope that answered your question, Miss Princess Core. Next question. Okay. Okay, this is a question from Ms. Jo Marie Yokte. Is Examus available in Moodle app?
Sure, absolutely. So you just go to the Moodle App Store and you can download the plugin right from there.
Okay, so it is available on Moodle app. Next question. The Examus provides the AI technology very much required in online proctoring. Ma'am, what are the costing models Examus offers?
Yeah, so we do have different pricing options, of course, because we do understand that all of our customers are different. You know, we partner with schools, educational institutions, business enterprises, sometimes even with ministries of education, and everything depends on the scale of the project, on the budget of the project, and generally what is the amount of the assessment that our customer needs to take. So that is why among the pricing options, we have the basic one, software as a service, which is postpaid and which fits to small to medium amounts of assessment when you are not certain of how many exam hours you generally need, and you have quite a few users to take the exams. So you can first have, let's say 200 hours of exam sessions with Examus proctoring, and after that you pay for this particular amount of exam hours. Yeah. So other options include exam packages, like if you are a university or if you have regular assessment as a company, like staff assessment, then you can purchase the package of exams before you actually need to have them, yeah, and so as to be sure that the scalability is provided, and so as to be sure that you have just enough amount of service. And yes, ultimately you can have annual subscription or even unlimited use of Examus, because our solution can also be white labeled. And if you're a testing center, for example, that needs to incorporate a proctoring solution, then it is also possible. So everything depends on the scale of the project, and well, it needs to be discussed.
Okay, very well said, ma'am. Now, next question. Under the topic automatic suspension, this is from Mr. Ralph Jangit. Are we able to configure Examus to automatically suspend a student from taking the exam after he or she reaches beyond the violation threshold?
Yeah, well, here I'm afraid the answer should be a no, yeah, but because as I said, this is one of our product policies, and this is the idea behind our solution. We do not kick the user automatically out of the exam because some suspicious activity is taking place. There is this option to breach the exam, yeah, and to stop the exam, to force close the exam to the student if you are having a real-time proctoring session. But this decision is not made by AI. This decision is made by a human proctor. And with post-review, the exam for the student will last just as it is set in Moodle. So, and the AI is not going to affect the overall user experience.
Okay. So next question, ma'am. We have a question here from YouTube. Do you have a distributor here in the Philippines?
Hopefully, yes. Because we are now, yes, first of all, we partner with the wonderful Nefila team, and secondly, we also have other partners in Philippines, several companies. I think I will not disclose the names right now because we're under NDA, but yes, please contact us, and we always favor the idea that regional partners are something that makes our solution better, because they can deliver the service straight to the customers in their region, and they also help us with interface localizations, basically with the customer communication, because they, like operating through regional partners is something that improves your solution in terms of it being more, let's say, approachable. So yes.
Okay. So we have another question, ma'am, from Katrina Onoya. Is it available also through mobile device or phone?
Yes, it is now available on mobile devices. We have launched our Examus app. It's available both in the iOS App Store and the Android Store. And we are still working on it. Yeah, it's being improved. But yes, Examus is available on mobiles.
Okay, so it's available. Now, there's a question about data privacy from Miss Lovely Irene Albania. How data are protected in Examus? Who can access them?
Thank you for this question. This is again one of the points that I wanted to make in the presentation initially. So yes, all the data is encrypted, of course, and everything which is taken from the users and from the customer, yeah, and we do the data processing agreement prior to having a service agreement. So everything is clearly specified in the data processing agreement. So what kind of data we take and how long it's stored. And so it depends on the customer requirements. As for the private data, we do not use anything except, as I said, from the test taker's name and their email, just because we don't need anything else. And in terms of the exam data, it's going to be stored encrypted on one of our servers, the most geographically close to the customer, for just the time that is set in the agreement. So it is really very customizable, and it depends on the customer's requests.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There's another question from Ms. Maricar Lubigan. Does Examus have a camera requirement, or any camera, even the low quality webcam will do?
So Examus is compatible with all kinds of webcams and all kinds of devices. It's a cross-platform and cross-device solution. But yes, there is a need to check the quality of your webcam, because, well, this is how the AI is supposed to be basically working. Yeah, and if the quality of the webcam is too poor, you will simply, the integrity of results will be at risk again. So this is what our system check stage is about. So you need to check whether your camera and your microphone and basically your system is compatible and is enough to be used for the proctored exam. And as I noted, you can check this straight away on our website anytime you like, or during a trial exam, which we always provide, so as not to add more stress to the test takers before their real exam.
Okay. So, ma'am, for our last question, this is from Joshiko Velasco. What are the advantages of Examus to Proctorio and other proctoring software?
Well, that gets me into a difficult position of how should I will not directly compare us to other solutions, of course, because this will be ethically inappropriate, I believe. But I would rather speak about our general advantages. and the things that we do differently from other solutions. So first of all, we do not cross that line, before the line between having enough evidence and information from the user and breaching their personal and basic user rights. So we do not collect any data as to the user's location. We do not collect any data as to their IP, for example, because, well, yes, it's wonderful if you can, when you can see that in the report, yeah, like you can even have some solutions even have it as a map, yeah, so you can see where your student sits physically when they're taking the exam. So we do not do this because we think it's, well, this kind of overprotective thing. And one of our strongest points, of course, is user support, because we have a very short turnaround time for any kind of requests. Anything that our customer or the test taker needs to know or they need help with, we can provide it very quickly. And I think we also do it differently from other solutions, that we provide a lot of training to the customers' employees so as to make them aware and to make them proficient with using proctoring as well, because we do not take too much control to ourselves. Let's put it this way, yeah. So it's better for us to secure the server side of things and the technical side of things, and it's better to give more rights and to give more controls to the customers of how they actually want to have this exam, yeah. And ultimately, well, I think we also have a pricing advantage because we're operating globally, and we do understand that different regions have different requirements and basically different, let's say, financial settings. So we're very flexible in terms of that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Elena. That is all the time that we have for the Q&A. Don't worry, for those whose questions have not been answered, our diligent staff from the PhilaWeb Technology will try to answer them as the Congress progresses. So at this point, on behalf of the organizers and participants, allow me to thank you, Ms. Elena Esiak, for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you for having me today. Have a nice day, everyone, and enjoy the conference. It's wonderful.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So at this point, may we remind again everyone to kindly switch off your microphone at all times in order to maintain the focus of the speaker and the participants. We also invite you to actively take part in this Congress by either posting your questions on the forum or commenting on the Facebook and YouTube apps. All right, are you ready for the third speaker? Okay, without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker. He is an educator who currently serves as an associate professor at Mariano Marcos State University. He has earned his degree in Master of Science in Information Technology at St. Louis University in Baguio City. Ladies and gentlemen, for the talk on building a pandemic-proof virtual learning environment, an MMSU experience, let's give a warm welcome to our resource speaker, Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is my audio
Yes, sir,
clear?
we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Once again, good morning, everyone. Allow me first to thank PhilaWeb Technology for the opportunity to speak virtually today. And I am honored to be one of the speakers of today's session to our Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. It is my pleasure sharing our university's experiences in the implementation of our MMSU virtual learning environment. We call it, in short, MVLE. That is, most universities were unprepared to adjust to the new normal since the pandemic started in 2020. these universities are not ready to online teaching and learning. But in the case of MMSU, since we already have the MVLE in 2013, this new normal educational system is not new to us. That is, even without the pandemic, MMSU has been using its own MMSU virtual learning environment, or the MVLE. Actually, this is my second time here in Moodlemoot. And in 2018, I was privileged to attend the Moodlemoot Philippines 2018. And I was able to meet Sir Martin in person. So this inspired us to continue working on our MVLE and its implementation framework. So allow me to proceed with my discussion, starting with the outline of my presentation. So we will be defining uh, the virtual learning environment concept for us to have a common knowledge on what virtual learning environment is. And then I will be discussing the MMSU virtual learning environment implementation framework, because we were able to develop a virtual learning environment framework specifically for our university. And at the same time, we can share this implementation framework to other universities for their implementation also of their own virtual learning environment. And lastly, I will be sharing the initiatives of the university in the implementation of our MVLE, or the MMSU virtual learning environment. So to start with, what is virtual learning environment? It is a web-based package designed to help teachers create online courses, and it involves facilities for teacher, learner, and peer-to-peer communication. We also have here another definition of a virtual learning environment, which can help you manage the administration, the delivery, tracking, and the reporting of student-led classes and e-learning programs. At the same time, according to the Joint Information Systems Committee, virtual learning environment refers to the components in which learners and tutors participate in online interaction of various kinds, including online learning. So basically, I'm showing you the diagram, or we call it our own virtual learning environment framework development model. So this was the model which we used in the development of our virtual learning environment implementation framework. Now, it is very important to understand first the users and, of course, the infrastructure wherein you will be implementing your virtual learning environment. We considered these components is because, as observed, if an observation from the different implementations of systems, so as an IT practitioner, so it is very difficult for an institution to implement a system, in any system, any type of system, which the university or an institution could use if there is no detailed specifications on its implementation framework. That's why prior to the deployment or the implementation of such, for example, our virtual learning environment, we consider the following inputs. So we assess the current MMS2 ICT infrastructure, and also with the user's ICT profile. So this is the profile of the faculty members. And of course, we did not pick Moodle immediately. So we assessed first, we evaluated all the available virtual learning environment systems or platforms, where we compared it to the needed components or the features that our university needs during that time. And with that, we were able to develop our own virtual learning environment implementation framework, which is still now we are using as a guide in our implementation to the virtual learning environment. Now let us go over with the activities which we have done in the assessment or in the process of assessing the readiness of the MMSU ICT infrastructure and at the same time the user's ICT profile together with the evaluation of the virtual learning environment along with the prioritized functional requirements. And then we also have the MVLE components, features, and capabilities vis-a-vis the open source platforms. And take note that our university is a state university where during that time of our first implementation, we have no specific budget yet for the implementation of a virtual learning environment. However, as time goes by, the university was able to accept the importance of having a virtual learning environment in the university. So first thing we did was on readiness assessment in terms with the MMSU ICT infrastructure. So before, we only have this connectivity, so a wireless LAN, and we have one. And during that time, we have dedicated internet access with 1-to-1 Mbps bandwidth. Some colleges have their own independent DSL connection during that time when we first assessed the university's ICT infrastructure with only a 3.5 Mbps for their internet access points. And then since that time, we already have an existing information technology center, which is in charge of system development and implementation in the university. And at the same time, we have an institutional data center where we host our own service or our online services for all the services in the university. And, then during that time, our servers were only, so we have 5 available servers in the university. And at the same time, the available computer laboratories, so we have 7 maintained at the Information Technology Center. And then we have also a laboratory at the Department of Computer Science and 2 in the College of Engineering. So this were initially the status of MMSU in terms of its ICT infrastructure. And to summarize it, the overall level of implementation of MMSU's ICT infrastructure, now with the system or evaluation framework that we use, it turned out that yes, the level of implementation of the university in terms of its ICT infrastructure is moderate. So we have available computers, we have a moderate network and internet capability, also with the display screen technologies and peripherals, and a high impact on software and information systems. Again, this is because we are in the university, we have our dedicated programmers and IT administrators who manages this software and information systems being implemented in the university. Now, here are the program requirements basing from the assessed ICT infrastructure that we need to consider this prior to the implementation of our virtual learning environment. That it is suggested that we need to maintain or increase the number of computers to students to achieve a 1-to-1 ratio of computer to students ratio, and to maintain or increase the number of internet-enabled computers to students to achieve also a 1-to-1 ratio, and to increase the number of computers to academic staff. Another program or another component of the program requirements in terms of the ICT infrastructure is to increase the number of increase the network specification to gigabit or better, and then improve network infrastructure and increase the internet bandwidth. Also, we need to expand the wireless coverage of to 100% of the learning area within the university, and to subscribe higher internet bandwidth for faster internet access even at busy times. Part of the program requirements still under the ICT infrastructure is to provide all classrooms with display screen technologies and to increase the number of printers and other peripherals such as scanners, speakers, camera, and the like. And there should be a regular update on the latest versions of the available application software. In addition, the development and implementation of a virtual learning environment for the entire university has been suggested, and the migration or the redesigning of our existing information systems to allow interoperability to other existing information systems such as the library student services, our virtual learning environment, of course, and other systems that are needed by our stakeholders. Now, second is we assess the readiness of the MMSU ICT faculty in terms of their ICT capability. So we have here the result that most faculty members are into advanced when it comes to presentation skills. And they are intermediate in terms of the basic computer operation, file management, word processing, spreadsheet, database, internet, and technology and integration. And it is interesting to note also that most faculty members do not have capability on video production during that time. So this led us to provide again recommendations or the program requirements to achieve, okay, to prepare all our faculty members for them to get an advanced skill in all these ICT aspects. So these are the program requirements where we have the faculty should undergo retraining programs and or to attend refresher courses on basic computer operations, file management, word processing, and spreadsheet. And then an intensive short-term workshop or short-term trainings on courses regarding database and graphics. Okay. Faculty should go through retraining programs on internet and telecommunications. And then faculty must be educated with the basic understanding of copyright and fair use through seminars and forums. We also have faculty should attend to enhanced trainings on information searching. Another role, there's one, a short-term course on video production, and faculty should undergo retraining to enhance their skills in presentation and technology integration. Now, third would be the comparative study between the virtual learning environment products based on functions. So I just hide the names of the VLE products and then highlighted Moodle because during this comparative study, it turned out that all the functionalities needed by our faculty members and at the same time our students are supported by Moodle. So as shown in the graph that most of the desired features of our target users have or are present in the Moodle platform. So we use Moodle for our virtual learning environment. So this is now the virtual learning implementation framework of the Mariano Marcos State University, which was already published in the International Journal on Open and Distance E-Learning. You can read the full paper of this one. So considering the virtual learning environment, so we have to consider the users. So what are the possible users of the system? So we have the administrator, the faculty, and of course the students. And considering the environment on ICT infrastructure, so you have to consider those listed program requirements to achieve a good performance of your virtual learning environment together with its implementation. And the MMSU virtual learning environment architecture, which is adopted in Moodle, So the VLE2 supported by Moodle. Okay, so moving on, I am showing you now the look and feel of our virtual learning environment. So you can browse your site or open our site. It is found at mvle2.mmsu.edu.ph. But of course, this is only accessible for our students and faculty members. So what are the MMSU initiatives in the implementation of our MVLE? So I'll show you some. We have upgraded the MVLE system. So from our older Moodle version, Moodle 2.7, we are now into Moodle 3.9. So I think the Moodle 2.7 was presented during the Moodlemoot 2018, Moodlemoot PH 2018. So 2.7 was the version. And now we have the 3.9. And showing you now my dashboard, okay, under our MMSU virtual learning environment. And what's good about Moodle is that it can be integrated in any other system. So we have integrated the MVLE in our MMSU students portal, where students can have a single log on to our students portal together with the MVLE. So same account or one account on the different systems in the university as regards the student information systems needed by our students. So it is very easy for the integration of the Moodle platform to any system. And to have a seamless implementation of the virtual learning environment. So we have here installation of our campus area network. If you can see in the picture, the lines connected, red lines connecting all our buildings in the university. So as you can see, all the buildings or structures in the university are far from each other, that you need to ride on a trike inside the campus just to go to the other buildings. Okay, so we also have installed free Wi-Fi hotspots, and we have increased internet bandwidth in the university. So right now, with all our campuses, this is the status of the connectivity. So at the Lawag campus, specifically at the College of Teacher Education, with 3,663 students, we have a connectivity of 200 Mbps because that's the maximum bandwidth that our provider can provide us. And then another site in the Lawag campus, the College of Industrial Technology, we have 200 Mbps and an additional 100 Mbps for our Poway satellite unit. And then in the Batak campus, this is where all the transactions in the university are facilitated. So we have 7,543 students with 456 faculty members. And luckily, we have a 1,000 Mbps connectivity, and with our redundant connection of 100 to 200 Mbps in each of the colleges or buildings. So at present, all our faculty members, or 100% of our faculty members, were already equipped with the things that they need to facilitate flexible learning. And then, of course, 100% of our faculty members were capacitated with the use of our virtual learning environment. As an initiative also to enhance teaching and learning as regards flexible learning in the university, we have established the Center for Flexible Learning, which is currently under development. So I think it's already 90% completion of the Center for Flexible Learning. And then, of course, this is very important, the presence of an information technology center in the university who are in charge of the software development and its implementation, network administration, and the technical services. Now, we have a team of uh, trainers in the university. So we have regular capacity building for teachers. So we are training faculty members on the use of our virtual learning environment, or MVLE. We also have programs in training faculty members on the use of the different ICT tools for teaching. Okay, so I am showing you some of the training initiatives that we have conducted in the university to for our faculty members to be capacitated when it comes to this ICT tools, which they can use in teaching in the new normal. And we also initially shared our virtual learning environment to the higher educational institutions in the region through webinars conducted. We have featured our MVLE in some of the webinars of the Commission on Higher Education, sponsored by Region 1. And again, prior to implementing a virtual learning environment, you have to understand the status of your students and at the same time, your faculty members. So we have assessed, okay, so we have here the assessment of faculty and students' connectivity and access to computers so that we know how we can adjust, okay, we can adjust the system basing from the available resources on the end of our end users, our faculty and students. So we have conducted surveys on the computer access and internet connectivity of our students because of our implementation of flexible learning. So we cannot handle our classes in a face-to-face mode. So basically, internet connectivity and access to computers is very important these days for our students. And then we provide feedback mechanism and support to our faculty and students. So this is our technical support to our students. We have a regular conduct of the MMVLE for feedback form, so they can send their feedback to us for us to improve the implementation of our virtual learning environment. And then we also opened hotlines, email hotlines, and then tech support, call and text support to our faculty and students when it comes to the use of our virtual learning environment. So initially, we have assessed the satisfaction of our faculty and students when it comes to the use of our virtual learning environment. Again, this is a very important activity that you need to perform when it comes to implementing a system. This is because this is where we get feedback from our users, and at the same time, this feedback can be used in the improvement of the system, because as we all know, we don't have a perfect system. We don't have a 100% bug-free system that was already invented or developed. So in terms of the response of the faculty members when it comes to their satisfaction to our MVLE, so overall satisfaction is they are satisfied with what the university has been offering to them, such as the logging in feature, and then we have the setting a course feature, setting a grade book, and then enrolling students, okay, adding activities, adding resources. We also integrated our video conferencing tool, but then we have a poor uh, result basing from the satisfaction of our virtual learning environment users on the use of the big blue button. And then the technical support, of course, this is very important. Okay. And of course, the overall satisfaction as shown on our screen that they are satisfied with the implementation of our virtual learning environment. That is also true to our students. So we also got their feedback and then tallied. We were able to map their satisfaction rating to our virtual learning environment on the different features. And of course, for the overall satisfaction, led us that the result is satisfiable in terms of the features of the virtual learning environment. Okay, so just to recap on our virtual learning implementation framework, I am willing to share this one to other institutions or other universities for them to use along with their implementation of their own virtual learning environment. So at least you have a guide on how to perfectly implement your virtual learning environment. At the same time, this virtual learning environment implementation framework of MMSU can be used as a guiding principle as we are implementing flexible learning and adjusting to the new normal of uh, teaching and learning process. Okay, so thank you very much for your time listening to my presentation. And again, thank you very much, Nefila Web Technology, for the opportunity. And to our participants, um, if you have questions, you can raise them for our Q&A. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan, for that educational talk. So, sharing of best practices is truly a good way of learning. We hope that all our educational institutions in the country have the same infrastructure, system, and initiative as your university. Kudos to you, sir.
Thank you.
As I know that our participants and viewers were very much engaged in the topic, I now open the floor for the question and answer portion. Now you know the drill, everyone. For our participants, you may post them on the forum or on the chat box. For our Facebook and YouTube viewers, we enjoin you to make use of the comment section and post your questions there. So we have here, sir, on the forum, a question from Miss Magdalene Onahan. In a certain subject, there are different teachers handling that subject. In your university, do you do classroom sharing? I mean, a single classroom is being shared by multiple faculty members. Or do you practice single classroom, single instructor setup?
Okay, that's a good point, ma'am, and thank you for that question. Yes, we do sharing of courses within the university. So if there are more than one faculty member teaching the same subject, so they can log in a single course where all the materials for that particular course are being shared by the different faculty members and of course their students.
Another question, sir? Okay, this is a question from Harcharanjit Singh. Thank you for your talk around IT infrastructure and VLE of MMSU. How often you impart faculty trainings in a calendar year? Your Moodle site is managed by you or offshore partner?
Okay, thank you. For the first question, how often we manage or we impart training to our faculty members? So basically, we have a regular training program when it comes to our virtual learning environment use. So every semester, every first week of the semester, or before we start with the semester, we capacitate our faculty members when it comes to the use of our virtual learning environment. And when we have new faculty members, so we have available training programs for them. So we train them on the use of our system. And at the same time, we have created online courses in our MVLE on how to use our virtual learning environment, where our faculty members can just log in there and then refresh themselves on the different topics that are uploaded in our, we call it MVLE 101 course site. So all the materials that we are using in training our our faculty members in virtual learning environment are posted in that course. Now for the second question, is your Moodle site managed by you? Yes, we are managing our own virtual learning environment. So as I have mentioned earlier, that we have our own data center in the university, which is managed by the Information Technology Center. So all the services or online services in the university are hosted by our own institution.
Okay, very well said, sir. We have a follow-up question, sir, before we proceed with the next one. This is a follow-up question of Ms. Magdalene Unahan. Any issues with your faculty sharing the classrooms, like privacy or different teaching style?
Okay. Prior to joining these faculty members in a single course, they meet, they talk with each other. So it's up to these faculty members on the issues when it comes to, what was the question? Issues when it comes to sharing of
Privacy,
resources.
yes, sir.
Yes, the
Privacy or
privacy.
different teaching style.
Yeah, so it's up to the faculty members to talk with each other and how they will be able to share these materials in a single course site. But we don't restrict, okay? We don't restrict faculty members that they must have just 1:1 course site. So one course site for a subject for a particular faculty only. So that is not a restriction for us. So it's up to the faculty members on how they manage the courses.
Okay, so it's all about coordination, Ma'am Magdalene.
Yes.
So going back to the forum, we have a question on administrative support from Mr. Michael Lowenko. Congratulations on your successful endeavor. How was the administrative support for this project? Were they very receptive to this?
Yes. Of course, our university president is very supportive on this project. That's why during the height of the pandemic, we've been working a lot on how we are able to administer the implementation of our virtual learning environment very well. So other initiatives other than the things that I presented earlier, when it comes to administrative support, the university is really working on source outing funds and how we are able to continuously improve our virtual learning environment. We also have engagement also with telecommunication companies and at the same time the local government units where our students are residing, that these local government units have implemented or established their learning centers for our students to go there and access our virtual learning environment. So there is no question on the administrative support of our university when it comes to this endeavor. And because one of our, or the vision of the university is to be a premier university by 2028. So we are achieving an Industrial Revolution 4.0 and at the same time Education 4.0.
Wow, I believe, sir, you are already on your way and almost there. So we have a next question, sir, about VLE from Mr. Joshiko Velasco. Are you still using server or cloud-based for the storage in your school or university?
We are hosting through our servers in the university.
Okay.
Through servers. We have our own servers in the university.
Okay, another question from Ms. Magdalene Unahan. In a certain subject, there are different teachers handling that subject. I believe this was already answered earlier. Another question. Oh, here, sir. Actually, this is not the first time. Mr. Professor Hervasio also expressed a desire to have a copy. So according to Mr. Herbert Angeles, is there an online copy of the research?
Yes, the research is readily available. through the publisher, just look at International Journal on Open and Distance E-Learning, or you can just Google my name together with virtual learning environment, and then you will see the publication or the research which we publish in the journal.
Sir, they're also asking if they could share the copy of the presentation with the faculty, with the rest of the faculty.
Yes, of course.
There you go, ma'am. So next question about best practices. From Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano, what practices can be integrated to the K-12 context?
Okay, our virtual learning environment is being used by all our students from grade schools, junior high school, senior high school, and college students. So I think there is no problem as regards the integration to the K-12 context when it comes to our MVLE.
Okay. Do we have another question? So, as we have educators in the audience right now, I know that they are very much interested with the topic and how you implemented this project in your university. So now we have another question from Mr. Oswardo Jr. Pabatang. Can you share your best practices in handling VLE in your school?
Okay, my entire topic covers all the best practices, so I already shared it. You can review my presentation. And anyway, I'll be giving my presentation also to Nafila for our participants.
Okay, that's good, sir, so that our participants will also have a copy of this wonderful presentation. Do we have any other question there? So for those who would like to ask our speaker, Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan, please feel free to post your questions on the forum or on our social media platforms. Here we have another question from Mr. Oswardo Jr. Pabatang. How can we effectively use Moodle for skill development?
Okay, so I think, is this referring to skills development for faculty or skills development for our students? So I'll just talk about the skills development of our students. Prior to creating courses, our faculty members were trained on how to create an effective course. Okay, and then the syllabi being used by the faculty members were revised to adapt to for the implementation of the virtual learning environment. So all the activities from face-to-face were all converted to digital, where this digital exercises, assignments, and other activities are embedded in our virtual learning environment. So I think as a teacher, you really need to focus on the skills that your students would be able to learn from your course. So basically, these are guided by the use of our syllabi. And of course, when we develop our own teaching material, so make sure that these skills are incorporated and achievable, of course.
Yes, sir. Must be achievable. So do we have any other question? I believe, sir, that yes, do I hear someone who wants to raise a question? Okay, there being none. So that is all the time that we have for the Q&A segment. But please, if you have questions in mind, please continue posting your questions about the topic, as we have dedicated staff members of the PhilaWeb Technology who will answer your queries. At this juncture, it is high time that we express our gratitude to Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan and present him with the Certificate of Appreciation, which reads: PhilaWeb Technology Incorporated presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed by Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Nifila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much also, Nefila, and thank you, Mama Yoni.
Thank you. Once again, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Wilbin Pagtaconan. Okay, so at this juncture, I may now invite once again Ms. Herschel Lagi to join me in discussing the key details contained in the Moodle PH21 Toolkit.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So it's almost lunchtime. So just please let us discuss quickly the program toolkit. So let me share my screen first.
Yes, ma'am. So welcome back, Ms. Herschel. Earlier, we have discussed how you can access the virtual event and the Moodle app. So now our participants must be asking, how can they self-enroll to a course? So let's refer you to page 8. It only takes 5 easy steps to enroll yourself to a course. Okay, so let's just wait for the screen of Ms. Herschel.
Okay. Sorry, can you view it already, Miss Ayuni?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you view the toolkit already? Okay, for a while, let's go back to page 8.
To page 8, so that our participants can also navigate using their toolkit. Okay, so how to self-enroll to a course. Step 1, after creating your account, click the login button and sign in your account on our Moodle site. Step 2, once logged in, you will be directed to the site home. Step 3, on your link address bar, type https and then moodleph.nifilaweb.com.ph/course to show courses. And then step 4, click on the Mood PH21 drop down and choose the courses that has and click the access button. Okay, that has that symbol. Step 5, click on the enroll me to access the course. So see, easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, we have esteemed speakers during this contest. So earlier during the day, Ms. Cheryl Villaroman, President and CEO of Nifila Web Technology, gave her opening remarks, followed by the presentation of keynote speech of Moodle founder Dr. Martin Dogliamas, after which was the talk of Ms. Elena Esiak from the International Sales Office of Examus on AI proctoring, a win-win solution or a two-edged sword against academic dishonesty. It was succeeded by the talk of Mr. Wilbin Pagtaconan on building a pandemic-proof virtual learning environment, an MMSU experience. So later, after our lunch break, we will have 4 more respected speakers, starting with Dr. Remo Aguilar, Trustee and Examination Committee Head of the Philippine Board of Orthopedics Incorporated, who will be discussing the core PBO training experience with Moodle. After him is Dr. Elias Sampa, Curriculum and Programs Director of Arellano University, who will be presenting on the application of curriculum and program design in Moodle. Lastly, Dr. Frank Koch, Professor OST Eastern Switzerland and University of Applied Sciences, will be talking about student quiz empowering students. So that's about day 3. Now, on day 4 of the Congress, that's tomorrow, we will have 7 highly regarded speakers from here and abroad, starting with Ms. Amelita Bailon, the EdTech Coordinator of De La Salle Santiago Isabel, who will be discussing about creating deeper and independent learning before, during, and after teaching in a virtual setup. After her is the talk of the Channel Sales Executive for the APAC region of EasySoft, Mr. Adam De Leon Kishesky. The third presenter for day 4 is Mr. Jeff Campbell, the founder and director of MoTrain, who will be discussing about improving customer and employee engagement with motivational design. This is then followed by the talk of the president and CEO of Cversity, Mr. Ephraim De La Serna, who will be presenting about blended learning, advantage of using Moodle LMS amidst pandemic in the maritime industry. The fifth talk will be delivered by the Learning Design Officer of Transport for New South Wales, Mr. Scott Huntley. This is about the instructional design in Moodle. After which, College Professor of Applied Statistics, Dr. Bonar Laszlo, will be discussing how to build good machine learning models in the Moodle. So for the seventh and the last talk of day 4, Marketing and Customer Service Head of, sorry,
Excelendia.
Yes, my screen just blacked out. Excelandia IT Services Incorporated will be presenting about innovative and transformed student assessment through excellence with Moodle LMS. So now, moving on to day 5. So that's on April 30, 2021. So we will be having not just 1, 2, 3, but 10 respected speakers for the day. So first on the lineup is the IntelliBoard account manager for the APAC region, Mr. Pierre Laguzan, who will be discussing about learning analytics and reporting dashboards with IntelliBoard for Moodle. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Tutse Urtikin, channel manager of Wireless, about remote STEM assessment with Wireless quizzes. The third talk will be delivered by the CEO of Poodle, Mr. Justin Hunt, who will be discussing about introducing Poodle speaking activities for Poodle. Next speaker will be Mr. Sean Mervin Loquillo, IT Supervisor of NefilaWeb Technology Incorporated, who will be talking about the NefilaWeb Experience School Information System, or Nexus, and integration with Moodle, how it helps schools during the pandemic. After which, we will be joined once again by Ms. Lori Migalius, a Senior Technical Support Specialist of NefilaWeb Technology, who will be presenting about Safe Exam Browser demonstration. She will then be followed by another member of NefilaWeb Technology, LMS Team Lead, Ms. Ira Coronado, who will present about adaptive learning design in Moodle. The seventh speaker for day 5 will be the Managing Director of Rasa Consulting Group Incorporated, who will present about using Moodle for the Philippine Society of Talent Development DigiTalent Online Conference. He will then be followed by the talk of Dr. Iris Tan, Chief of the University of the Philippines Medical Informatics Unit, Director of UP Manila Interactive Learning Center, and Professor Tan at the University of the Philippines College of Medicine, which will be about redesigning higher education courses for remote learning, a Moodle course for faculty. After this, Dr. Seni Villela Malabanan, Director of MSU Iligan Institute of Technology Center for E-Learning, will be discussing about sustaining Moodle usage at MSU Iligan Institute of Technology. Now, to cap the day, our 10th speaker for day 5 and last speaker for the Congress, Ms. Cheryl Villaroman, will deliver a talk on how to future-proof your learning environment with Moodle. So wow, that is a long list of esteemed professionals in different fields, all vouching for the use of Moodle in different settings. Yes, Ms. Herschel, you can now present the Moodle Fun courses and activities.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So as mentioned earlier, we have Moodle courses. We have courses in our Moodle site, and within the courses, we have activities which where you can earn Moodle Peso coins. So if you introduce yourself in the courses, you will be able to earn 100 Moodle Peso coins. If you answer these quizzes, which bear are you, 10 most interesting facts, Moodle quiz and memory game, you will be able to earn 50 Moodle Peso coins each. And if you post a question or a reply in the forum, you will be able to earn 100 Moodle Peso coins. And if you give us a feedback about the conference or about each talk, you will be able to earn 1,500 Moodle Peso coins. And but if you're thinking what are Moodle Pesos, so Moodle Pesos are our virtual currency, which you can earn by completing courses and activities within our Moodle site. So you can use them to exchange these items. So for 10,000 Moodle Peso coins, you will be able to earn Moodle LMS plan, good for 100 concurrent users. And for 8,000 Moodle Peso coins, you will be able to earn Cafe Perrin Premium Dark Chocolate Cake. And you will be able to exchange your 7,000 Moodle Peso coins for a free pass to our Moodle training for teachers or H5P interactive training or project management training. You will, for 3,000 Moodle Peso coins, you can exchange them for an umbrella or a notebook or a mag. So how can you earn them? So as mentioned, you can complete the activities within the courses and you will be able to earn lots of Moodle Peso coins. And also, if you want to check who's the top 10 in the in earning the Moodle Peso coins, you can check the leaderboard as well.
Okay. If it's for me, I like that dark chocolate cake, Miss Herschel. Okay, so at this point, let us not forget those who partnered with us to make this event possible. We would like to thank, of course, the following gold sponsors: EasySoft, IntelliBoard, Examus. Also, thank you to our pro sponsors, Motrain, Linode, and Wireless. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle.
And so, aside from Moodle Learning Management System, we also offer, the PhilaWeb also offers Nexus School Information System. So this is to automate your enrollment cycle from admissions to the grading of your students. So we offer, our school information system includes admissions, advising, registrar management, cashier and finance, grading system, student portal, and online payment. So these are the modules available in our school information system. Also, if you have a requirement for accounting system, ID monitoring system, cashless campus, electronic class records or ECR, Koha integrated library system, and Moodle learning management system, you can send us a message or an email at sales@nefilaweb.com.ph.
Okay, so that completes the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Program Toolkit. So thank you very much, Ms. Herschel Lagi.
Thank you very much as well, Ms. Ione.
Okay, so we have now reached the end of the morning session. All participants will be given an hour to take your lunch and stretch a bit. So we expect you to be back at 1:30 p.m. So please be back for the second part of the program. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great lunch.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTechs. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System. Educational technology is now more important than ever.
However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Congress Proper, Day 3 afternoon session. My name is Lency Agustin, your MC for this afternoon. This Congress Proper started this morning with a pre-keynote speech by Ms. Cheryl Villaruman, the President and CEO of Nefiloweb Technology Incorporated. It was followed by a keynote speech which was delivered by Dr. Martin Dagiamas, founder of Moodle. Afterwards, Ms. Elena Eshak presented her talk about examos. Lastly, Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan, an associate professor of Mariano Marcos State University, shared his topic on building pandemic-proof virtual learning environment and MMSU experience. At this point, allow me to give you a preview of the activities in store for us this afternoon. We have 3 breakout sessions, namely the core PBO training experience with Moodle, application of curriculum and program design in Moodle, and students quiz empowering students. After these 3 breakout sessions, we have a raffle. Lucky participants will bring home exciting prizes from the organizers and sponsors of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. To start the ball rolling, let me introduce to you our first speaker. He is currently a trustee and chair of the Examinations Committee of Philippine Board of Orthopedics, the Chief of Clinics at Jensen Medical Center, and Orthopedic Surgeon Specialist at Southern Philippine Medical Center in Davao City. Aside from being an orthopedic surgeon and educator, Dr. Aguilar is a learning and development specialist and pursuing a master's in distance education at the University of the Philippines Open University. He is an active healthcare and travel blogger and passionate about mountain climbing and landscape photography. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Remo Aguilar. A round of applause, please, for Dr. Remo Aguilar.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Thank you also, Nefiloweb, for inviting me here to share our experience with the POA core and PBO in terms of training trainers with Moodle. I would like to thank also the founders and the community, the Moodle community, for providing us with Moodle as a learning management system we use, especially in the times that we need it now. Okay, just to give you an overview or to give you a background of the organization which I represent. Can you see my screen already?
Yes, sir. Yes, Doc.
Okay. The Philippine Board of Orthopedics is actually a organization. This is a accrediting and credentialing arm of the Philippine Orthopedic Organization Association, which is the umbrella organization of all the orthopedic surgeons in the Philippines. And PBO is his accrediting and credentialing arm. When we say accredit, it accredits the orthopedic training institutions, those hospitals and universities that train orthopedic surgeons in the Philippines. When we say accredit this training institution, it means that we are making sure that the training institutions or the hospitals that are training this resident are capable and competent enough to train new orthopedic surgeons. The board also certifies newly trained Filipino orthopedic surgeons as diplomates, meaning as specialists in the field. And by certifying, we mean we're vouching that these newly minted orthopedic surgeons are capable, are competent enough to service or do orthopedic surgeries in the Philippines. And because of this function of the Philippine Board of Orthopedic, it naturally is attracted to or falls into the functions of training the trainers. I'm referring to the faculty of these individual training institutions in molding orthopedic residents to become a full-fledged diplomate specialist in orthopedics. Okay. The other organization I'm representing here is the Philippine Orthopedics own group that is tasked with academic development of its fellows. This group, the Council for Orthopedic Education, was established last year to train new generation of orthopedic educators in the country. And it's also a seat or a community of practice for orthopedic educators or practicing orthopedic educators and academicians in the field of orthopedics. So this is me, actually. And I think flashing it here is because the synergy of the vision and mission of these two organizations, which falls under one of the category in which I do, aside from being an orthopedic surgeon, is that I'm also an orthopedic educator, educational technologies, and trying to change, especially in the world of medical and orthopedic education, one small step at a time. I also dabble in creative expression in photography, hiking, computers, and which led me to learning Moodle on my extra times. So our journey to Moodle, or what we call a Moodle story, started when we, as I've said, had this common mission and vision with the two organizations. If you probably take note that most of us are orthopedic surgeons. We're trained as orthopedic surgeons, and we are not trained to be teachers. And for those who are affiliated with a university or a medical university or medical colleges and are teaching undergraduate medical students, they have probably training with a face-to-face type of teaching and learning activities. And therefore, they carry this with the training of residents, postgraduate residents in the field of orthopedics. Now, we share a common mission, and that is to train, develop new generation of orthopedic educators, especially these times. And we have the shared vision of these trainers to be familiar and adept in the new training curriculum, which we just started last year, and adept at the effective tools for teaching and learning, especially in the times of pandemic and where face-to-face interaction or learning activities are severely limited or essentially prohibited. Well, the timing, of course, is, as I say this is a no-choice place at a no-choice time. We don't have a choice. We have a pandemic on our hand, and we have to innovate and reinvent and try to discover new ways of training the trainers as well as our residents to become a full-fledged orthopedic surgeon. So timing is not our choice. We're here, we have to do it. And as I've said, we're trying to look at an opportunity even with this catastrophe. And with grabbing this opportunity, we dive in anyway. And we started with the learning development intervention using Moodle. And Moodle was our first choice. Okay, the first faculty development workshop that we had together with the two organizations is this training the trainers, an outcome-based education workshop. This is a blended activity. We had it 4 weeks online and a full day face-to-face course. And with this, we were able to gather around 80 orthopedic surgeons from the 22 different PBO training institutions all over the Philippines, subspecialty societies, as well as those training institutions that are affiliated with medical schools, colleges and universities. The program was designed with, or the course was designed with the visionary educators such as Dr. William Labadia and Jean-Pierre Boom, which are both orthopedic educators and are well-respected orthopedic surgeons. And with this, I've used a self-hosted Moodle as our learning management system. This is actually the first time we implemented this. And the first time we also built one for something like as big as this, which I created, maintained, and was, well, unfortunately, the only tech personnel for supporting the whole 4-week online course. No? Our approach here was basically a learn as we go approach. No? We were all newbies to, well, a little bit, I have a little bit knowledge, but technically we're all newbies to the world of online learning, as well as, using Moodle as a learning management system in terms of delivering or implementing these types of workshop. So this is our course plan or course design. Okay, these are snapshots of what happened during the 4 online course. No? On your left is what happened with the prelude 3-week course. And on the right is the snapshot of what happened in a full day face-to-face workshop. So this happened before sometime in January in 2020, before pandemic strike. So as you can see on the left, the platform that I've used is Moodle. No? This is, I think, 3.8 or 3.9, sorry. But it was not, it was very basic. All the functionalities I've implemented and the plugins maybe are all basic, because I think this is what most of us, or my participants and our participants and the trainers within the faculty, is probably going to familiarize themselves first. And it went on for 3 weeks, and there were a lot of fun and not so fun and challenges that we encountered, but generally it was a learning experience for all of us. The second, the face-to-face course was hands down a huge turnout, and it was jam-packed. And if you can see from the audiences, our learners, quote unquote, are basically those generations that do not belong. These are Gen Xers, and some of them has even difficulty logging in with their own laptops and computers. So imagine the challenge that we had when we implemented the Moodle online learning platform. So, but these are the these are the learners and the trainers that we have at our hand, and we still choose Moodle to be our learning management system and platform to implement this. So, what we like in this blended activity is basically this: when we hacked the course and implemented it online, the first 3 weeks, it was a proof of concept that something can be done as this. And we have to be, well, I'm proud of this because this is the first time in the whole 30, 20 years history of the board, as well as the organization, to conduct a blended learning activity, much less an online activity. So it's a historic first and a proof of concept that it can be done. And we were able to increase awareness with the learning management systems. Remember, this is even before the pandemic strike, and increase even in awareness towards Moodle among a very specific niche of orthopedic surgeons and orthopedic educators. And of course, we were able to introduce Moodle as a learning management system to our training faculty. On the face-to-face side, because of the 3-week pre-online classes before the actual face-to-face, it was a huge turnout, as I've said, because basically the participants had a prior interaction already with the online class, collaboration, teamwork, etc. Maybe the online part wasn't that much engaging, but however, the face-to-face was such a huge turnout. We were able to gather surgeons to attend, engage them online prior, and were able to gather them in one place for one day at least, despite their very, very busy schedules. So I think that's what we need. But of course, as I've said, problems led to solutions which unearthed more problems. So these are our learning points for this first faculty development workshop that we implemented using Moodle as a learning platform. So we have to think about our learners. I've learned again and again that these people are very busy. And it's very important that prior to doing this, you have to do a needs assessment, even prior to designing a course. And the needs assessment is essentially targeted at your well, at your audience or targeted audience for that matter. The second learning point that I want to share is that you have to train your participants as well as faculty with the learning management system. In this case, Moodle, even the basic navigation, basic communication, collaborative modules, as well as the plugins that were there. No, you have to train your participants and faculty. I cannot overemphasize this. Even if you have a very good UI with your Moodle or your platform, if your participants and your teachers cannot do anything about it, there's minimal learning that will happen. The other thing that I've learned is, of course, hire a professional tech and web support. No, alone ain't gonna work. The reason why we do is that if you can do away with the professional tech, at least majority of it, and the web support, you can probably concentrate more on the content that you're trying to deliver with your participants, as well as your faculty. Last, no, but not the least learning that we have is, at least, no, for a baby step like this, you have to listen to your learners, at least about the must-have feature that you should or probably implement in your course or in your platform, in Moodle specifically. So, well, the pandemic happened. This is sometime between March, I think, and April, where a lot of many healthcare training and development activities were stopped. Now, in some cases, face-to-face workshops were limited or entirely prohibited. Well, some orthopedic surgeons amongst our rank were shifted to other functions and became frontliners, but majority were find themselves now that they have time. And what would they do with the time? No? Of course, continuing medical education should be implemented. That's why we planned another faculty development course. And this is what we did as a full prep for this second Moodle course, again, delivering another setup of faculty development program. Yes, we implemented this. No, we conducted a prior online need assessment of our target participants and as well as our target faculty that we would use. We carefully planned the online course, taking note the time, taking note of the schedules, and taking note about a lot of prohibition that was implemented during this time. And yes, the organization followed our recommendation. We hired a hosting provider and the technical people for support, which freed us or freed me from a lot of the technical stuff that is going to be done with the Moodle itself and concentrate on the content of the workshop. We also acquired the services of our hosting provider and sent some of our faculty to training with the use of Moodle. This is the teachers for Moodle for Teachers, and as well as the Moodle admin. Well, that's me to training also, web administrator. Of course, a lot of coffee beans. I'm a coffee addict for the month-long coffee and online coursework. So this is what we designed. Again, it's very basic. This is a 4 weeks online course on transitioning to online teaching, learning, and assessment in orthopedic training. So basically, we're training the trainers to shift from a face-to-face teaching and learning activity, or probably help them find a way to transition in the teaching and learning activity based on the new curriculum in orthopedic training. And this is what we got. This is our intro page. And we designed this with the previous course designers that we have. Okay. All right. So when we were able to implement this, the 4 week, of course there were challenges. There were a lot of there was success, pat on the backs, but there were really challenges that we encountered still. As I've said, solutions only lead to another problem, and another problem leads to solutions, as well as it goes on as a repeated cycle. So we were happy with this type of a purely online course because there were more participants to the online course than previous workshops that we developed. And to think we're using Moodle, we can scale this to a lot of number of people. Remember, this was a purely online course. I don't know the reason why there were more participants, but we think that the online course enabled them or empowered them to participate more. We had an international reach, or national international reach. Those who weren't even previously attending a face-to-face workshop, we were able to, forced by the pandemic, to attend to this online faculty development workshop. And again, first in the history, we were able to graduate a number of participants on purely online training, which means that, it can deliver some of the workshop or some of the teaching learning activities that were intended for the trainers can and could be delivered online using Moodle. We also noticed that there's a significant familiarity among the participants as well as the teachers, as the faculty in the workshop, more familiar with Moodle, basic navigation, communication, how to collaborate, etc. Okay. Lastly, for which I'm very happy with, is that we had a better sleep cycle because the tech support and the web administration was given to our professionals. So we concentrate more on the content. So, but there are still learning points, Learning points for this, using Moodle. Again, we have to think about the learners. Yes, think about the learners, trained and efficiently to use the Moodle. As I've said, even if you have a very nice Moodle platform, even if you have a very nice UI, even if you have a very nice plugin and extensions and implementation, if your faculty and participants were not trained, it doesn't really matter. Learning doesn't happen, or it's very minimal, and the impact is again minimal. So you better train them even before you implement the workshop. We also discovered that we're better together. Participants, faculty, the organizer, course designers. Teamwork is very important. Collaboration is very important before, during, and even after, especially during assessment of the implementation of the faculty development workshop. Teamwork is very, very important. We also noted that when you design the Moodle courses with stakeholder engagement and learning in mind, you will have at least a better chance of success. And if you integrate this design into the prior into the prior designing of the course, in the workflow, it also increases your chances of achieving your objectives at the start. The other thing is that, especially with this pandemic, that we learned is that we need to cut down on the long hours of online coursework. We had this, the medical field, especially with the everyday webinars, we had this webinar fatigue. But I've noticed also with online learning class, we had this online class fatigue. And it's happening, and it's going to affect your course if you're not going to cut on hours that you're going to include, you have to budget with your participants. So you have to think clearly about this, think very hard about the amount of hours you're going to incorporate or expect from your participants and your teachers. The last thing, probably as a segue, that we need to avoid is don't use Moodle as an expensive USB online drive. And we've noticed this for some beginners because, familiarity with the system is one reason. If you don't train them, they would probably just use this as an expensive online repository of information. What happened is that they dump all the information there that you give there, and then come back and cram it some other time, which is not very effective as a learning material already. Some of it that doesn't get even read all throughout the 4 weeks course. So please avoid it from the start. Design your course to prevent this. As I've said, learning points are fruit that you are trying. So what's next with us with Moodle? Of course, I haven't enumerated the nitty-gritty of the design and implementation that I have this, as I've said, but we have something in mind. So we're filled with ideas, and our strategies, we learn as we go. We try to look at for the implementation or the nitty-gritty of all the stuff that we need to learn to be able to implement this, but we have ideas or next step with the Moodle as a learning management system. The first of which, from the side of the PBO, is the online assessment for all the levels of resident training. Remember that the PBO certifies all the newly minted or graduated residents in training as well as it also tests, do a formative assessment with the residency training from level 1 to up to level 4. So all that assessment with this pandemic, and prohibition with the face-to-face interaction is limited. And just this year, we were pushed by the pandemic to transition into a purely online assessment, with the examinees, the comfort and safety of their homes. That's another historic first with PBO. The examination was done purely online, both the written and the oral exam. Although we used a different proprietary exam software that was developed by another company for us. With Moodle, we see that even the residents in training, the different levels, if the different institutions and hospitals that are affiliated or within the organization could implement this in their own and incorporate it in the training and learning activities that they pack, in their curriculum, respective curriculum, and pack it with an assessment that is included in Moodle. And that's, I think, is very doable in the future with Moodle. The other areas that we're looking at, because this is one of the functions of the Philippine Board of Orthopedics, is the accreditation and compliance and training of the PBO institution. Again, historic. This is a historic first since I think in the middle of last year. At the start of the pandemic, we shifted all the accreditation visits, we call it, because we did it before face-to-face. We go to the different institutions all around the country, visit their place, and evaluate their competency, their capacity or capability to hold training for this residence training. And then when the pandemic came, we shifted to a purely online visitation. And I think with accreditation and if we have a proper implementation and functionalities included with the Moodle platform, we can probably segue or slowly enter this type of accreditation process within the Moodle platform itself. Okay, that's what we look at in the future. Next is continuing orthopedic educations. We're doing this currently with a live webinar, using a teleconferencing platform. But us in the orthopedic educator community believe that we can be of more impact with our continuing orthopedic education when we do this with a proper online learning management system such as Moodle. And I think this is something that we can look forward to, given the tools that we have with Moodle. The next thing is that Moodle could also be implemented to provide the community of practice for expertise, because fellows, us, the orthopedic surgeons already, are from time to time really share expertise with each one of us for collaboration, sharing of experience, researches, new information in the field. We do this. And since the face-to-face interaction was severely limited, we shifted online. And I think Moodle, not just live teleconferencing or webinars, we can do this and incorporate it with a learning management system such as Moodle and take advantage of the various functionalities and plugins that can be incorporated in this. The only problem we have right now is that we have not that much technical people to pursue this. But the idea is there, and I think the proof of concept can be done. I hope in the future we can do this also with Moodle. The other thing I am thinking with Moodle is that Moodle implementation is that since last year we shifted our training curriculum to an outcome-based education and residency training. This is, for the most part of a competency-based education, where we assess also the level of proficiency of the orthopedic resident in terms of their level of proficiency in the spectrum of expertise, from novice to expert in the field of orthopedic educations. And assessment, competency-based assessment, can be readily, as I've read and researched, although I don't know yet the technicalities about this, can be done. Competency-based assessment can be done with implementing Moodle and incorporating this to a learning management system. Okay, So the last thing that we're probably having to implement in the future is which we have not yet. No, even with the face-to-face interaction, we have not implemented it here, but we're thinking about the maintenance of certification for diplomates. That's for already diplomate orthopedic surgeons. We want them to continue recertifying with the board. And I think the idea with the learning management system as a platform for doing this is very attractive for us. But again, as I've said, I really don't have that much technical expertise to do this, but I think it's doable with Moodle or the learning management system. And in the future, we'll probably implement this. With that, I think I've fairly shared all the experiences we had with Moodle from the perspective of the Philippine Orthopedic Association, the Council of Orthopedic Residents Orthopedic Education, as well as the Philippine Board of Orthopedics. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Nifila, for inviting me. To the other speakers, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Aguilar, for sharing to us your Moodle story. Okay, so it is true that to be successful in any endeavor, collaboration is the key. I like the term that sir used there, that that they were better working together. They were happy working together. Work together, you'll get better output. Okay, so my dear participants, if you have any question, please feel free to type your questions in our forum or in the chat box. Thank you. Okay, do you have at this juncture? We'll proceed to the question and answer portion.
Thank you. I'm ready for questions. Is there any?
Okay, let us find out if there are questions for Dr. Aguilar. Are there questions so far with the presentation of Dr. Aguilar? Yes, wala pa naka-share screen po na ating forum screen.
Hello, Miss Ma'am.
Hello. Hi, ma'am. Okay, Doc. Yes, ayan. Okay, Dr. Remo, kindly stop sharing po muna tayo. Ayan. Okay, so we have here the Q&A forum. Okay, I have one question here from Lowell Lucero. Dr. Remo, this is the question. Could you share specific challenges you encountered and how you addressed them?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I like that question because if you take note, our participants here, as well as the teachers and the learners, are very, very busy people. Education is part of their job, but their main day job is that they're operating, they're orthopedic surgeons, and that takes a lot of time. So that's the first challenge. It's really the time. So the one thing that what we implemented in the second faculty development workshop that we did is that we cohorted the different participants, mainly into regions and into similarities or homogeneity, and we gave them some sort of an assignment prior, part of which is familiarizing with each other, even online. and both in and outside of the platform. No, we allow this because sometimes these are beginners with the Moodle platform, and you have to understand that they have more familiar ways of communicating with others. So we just cohorted them, no, and grouped them into different uh, subgroups. We gave them initial assignments and familiarization, and the challenges, we gave them more of a group work um, towards the end of the online course, no, rather than individual courses. Although there were the individual challenges, there were individual requirements. No, much of it is developed with an outlook of a group work, no, or group output, so that the challenge, no, because most of them may not be available at certain period of time, no? And it's very important that someone else in the group is going to stand in with whatever the other is doing. So that's cohorting would be very important on group work challenges. Also, I also mentioned about you have to think a lot about the amount of online coursework that you have to give the individual participants with, as well as the groups. You have to think really think about hardly how much does it really, how much time does it needed someone like them, no, to learn something about this, depending on the coursework. Yeah, you have to understand the background, your participants, where they're coming from. And as I've said, we were trained as orthopedic surgeons, not as teachers, basically. Second, our familiarity with the learning management systems such as Moodle is very, very limited at the time. No? So we have to incorporate that about thinking how much time are we going to include? And we're also considering that their day job is very busy. So for this niche, a short time, very, very high impactful learning content would be nice. No? But in some other niche, I don't think this is going to be applicable. No? But for our case, this is what we do. What we did.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Remo, for that answer. I have another question here. Sir, how do you manage collaborative and cooperative group works among learners, and what specific assessment tools do you frequently use when assigning group tasks using platforms like Moodle? Thank you.
Okay. Again, we have to think about, in our case, no, we're a very homogeneous group of people, no, orthopedic surgeons, very busy. When we try to cohort them, we assign them specifically to, because, well, they're adult learners, they probably have to assign someone among them who had to tackle specific tasks within the group. No? They look for who's ever going to be there acting like as a secretary, who's going to research on this, on that, who's going to present it to the group work, who's going to take care about posting it in the forums, who's going to take care of submitting the group work. No? These are proportionated by each of these groups, and we give them a leeway to do this. No? So with the functionality, I think much has to be done, no, in terms of taking advantage of what Moodle can offer, particularly with this group. But need I say that again, these were beginners, no, especially with the Moodle platform, and we understand this, and I basically understand this. It will take more time training this to do them. Hopefully, in the future implementation, there will be more familiar, but we give them a leeway. No? First, the specific with Moodle, the teleconferencing, they took advantage of that. The internal communications, the chat, as the rest, no, the repositories, they took advantage of that, as well as the other plugins where they can post their necessary assignments, no, and material into the platform. These
Thank
were
you,
very
sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I have another question here. Are all your assessments and training online? No to face-to-face scenes?
Yeah, no, but I'll disclose that this is not Moodle, but I also had the examination committee, so I saw the platform, in both the Moodle and the one. It's almost similar, and I really think it can be. Yeah, sure, no problem with me.
Okay. Okay, another question here from, okay. Okay, from Mark Anthony, our Papa. Mark Anthony Papa, what are the pros and cons of Moodle?
Okay, I'm talking from a perspective of a self-taught Moodle administrator, no? And if we come to think about course design, online course design, actually you have to incorporate this in terms of what can you do with the course design that you have, what can you do with your learning management system, such as Moodle. Um, so I guess it depends on the type of the course design that you trying to implement with Moodle. So the pros, well, Moodle is there. It's basically an open source. It's free. It's probably the easiest that you can learn. And if you learn Moodle, even the basic functionalities, you'd probably learn the other LMS out in the field. No, but for me, no, the easiest would be LMS. No, and you can extend the functionalities a lot. No, and it, sort of like get other plugins if there are ever plugins and incorporate it there. No, with the functionality that you want. So again, that's one. Um, in terms of pricing, the on the first workshop, I actually implemented a self-hosted, meaning the software, the Moodle software is free. You can host it in whatever one you want, whatever host or server that you want, if you have one. And if you have only a little bit of participants, no, you can actually host it in your own servers, which I did. No? However, the cons for that is the technical support. If you're going to do this and your technical support is it's going to be a very taxing and very challenging. Answering to questions from your participants and teachers 24/7 if your online course would stay for, say, let's say even a week. So that's another cons. No? So that's why I recommended that you hire a professional one if you have a lot higher participants, and depending on the familiarity and depthness of your participants to Moodle, to learning management systems such as Moodle, it probably could go higher also.
Okay. Okay, let me see if there are other questions.
Yes.
Okay, I guess this one was already answered.
Yeah.
Okay, so there being no more questions asked from the audience or from our participants, we'll now proceed to awarding of certificates to Dr. Aguilar. Okay, to express gratitude to our speaker, let us now award our certificate, which reads, Nefila Web Technology Incorporated presents the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Remo Aguilar for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom conferencing, signed by Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Nefilo Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Sir, please accept this virtual certificate.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anifila, certified Moodle partner here, for inviting me to talk. Thank you also, Moodle, and the Moodle community for sharing also your knowledge, as well as the other speakers. Thank you. Thank you, the participants who answered and who asked questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Remo. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Remo Aguilar, for that very inspiring sharing of your Moodle story to our participants and viewers. At this point, we will give you a 10-minute break. So we'll be back after 10 minutes.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examos more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examiners can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
We're back. In this breakout session 2, we'll find out how they applied curriculum and program design in Moodle in their institution. Without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker. He is a leading authority on outcome-based education, a distinguished member of the World OBE Experts of the International Network for Outcomes-Based Education, an organization founded and led by Dr. William Spady in USA, and he is a curriculum and program director of the Australian Institute for Higher Education, a transnational education provider in the Australian International School. He has supervised offshore higher education program delivered in Manila by the Australian Catholic University and Bradford University School of Business and Law. For basic education, he oversees curriculum implementation of various K-12 programs accredited by the Philippine Department of Education. Western Australian Certificate of Education, Victorian Certificate of Education, the International Baccalaureate Diploma, and the International General Certificate of Secondary Education. He is a professional lecturer at Arellano University Graduate School of Education in Manila for over 8 years, adjunct professor in Philippine School of Business Administration, and author and co-author of several textbooks for higher education in the senior high school and published research works. He is a dynamic international conferences speaker, presenter, and faculty trainer. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our speaker for this session, Dr. Elias M. Sampa. A round of applause for Dr.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for organizing this powerful event of allowing educators and people involved with education to have this powerful conversation about how to make education work for us. If I were to be invited to talk about this just maybe 2 years ago, I would be thinking I'll be talking to an elite group of people who are not in touch with everyday realities of people who are ordinary. Yeah. But then what COVID has done is to push us to mature very fast to the point that as we talk about this, it looks very much ordinary for many of you. You may not be using Moodle, but you may be using any other learning management system. So I'm sure that a lot of features are quite similar. And myself, I've been involved with online distance education, remote learning structure since 2014, sorry, 2014. And I have quite a lot of experiences with different systems. And I've seen also how much technology has changed very fast to make it possible for us to translate the entire traditional classroom setting into a very transformational space remotely in the way we are doing things right now. So what I will do this afternoon is try to share with you some of the pointers that may be really very helpful for you as you try to design your own courses and through this free learning management system Moodle. So I'll be giving you most of these, I might say, theoretical constructs. I have written a book which would, for more details, I think if you want to go more to look into that, it's available on Amazon. But I will try to pick up certain things that will really be very much relevant to the stage where you are, whether you are very much advanced in the use of Moodle or maybe just beginning or considering to do so very soon. So I want to start by putting things in a rather new context. So I want to make a case for Moodle because I'm looking at Moodle as an idea whose time has come. And I think at this moment, it's a blessing that we had Moodle when the situation is in this way where we are. If we didn't have, most of the learning management systems can be quite expensive and costly, but to have just something that is free that you can just tweak and organize something is really a very, very big contribution that Moodle has done for the global society. And it's making our work to be much easier as educators. So I want to say that many people are thinking about online and remote learning more as something that is provoked by COVID-19. So many people are thinking about it that way. So what I want to say here is that I do not think that's quite COVID may have accelerated the pace, but I want to point out to you that actually the trigger is actually the fourth industrial revolution. A few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, I've been giving conferences on this. Educational system has been stuck for a long time in terms of many things. And one of those things is we have massive technologies around which can make education less costly, easier to manage, and to be at speed with everything that's changing around the world. The very basic assumption we have about education is that when we educate people, we prepare them for real life. And when we say we prepare them for real life, the assumption is that whatever it is that is going to define their life, their daily life, is what we should be providing them in our schools. The manner in which they are going to be living life is the manner in which we should be providing them with. So we need to prepare them so they are not shocked when they encounter real life. So the truth is, most societies, everything we do, much of what we do in life has become really responded to the fourth industrial revolution, except the schools. Okay. So what's happening with our industrial revolution is that, another point I want to mention here is that I do not think that we should be even thinking about the idea of going back to the pre-pandemic and go back to do everything the way we did before the pandemic. I think if the pandemic has been quite positive in some area, maybe this is the only positive thing we can talk about. It is forcing us to accelerate, to do something that we should have done maybe 15 years ago. Okay, it would be quite insane to go back to the pre-pandemic, which I call is really a Jurassic educational normal. Since 2014, when I became so actively involved in, I have had many students from all over the world, many parts of the world. I won't say more all over the world, but from many parts of the world, and they were learning. We didn't have needed to be in a classroom like this. So this possibility has been there for many, many years, over 15 years, I might say. And some people who were pioneering in remote learning have been celebrating already 25 years in the system, in the business of this type. So it has been actually a lag in the school system that we did not move. So the wars of time-based, teacher-controlled, school-controlled kind of education, I think is falling apart. And what we need to do now is to ensure that we don't allow it to rebuild in the same way, because that's not doing justice to human civilization. You don't move backwards, we need to move forward. And schools and universities, educators around the world, they are really trying to leapfrog a sustainable culture of lifelong learning. And remember, governments have been trying so hard all over the world to ensure that they can implement what we call the Millennium Development Goals, and today we're talking about Sustainable Development Goals. And the major complaint has been always access to education. When you have access to education, access to quality education. But the question is, how do you access, how can someone have access to quality education? If you are located in a remote place where there is no much exposure to many possibilities you have, if schools and governments around the world do not open up that a child living in Manila can attend a class in New York City, or a child living in the South, maybe in Tawi-Tawi City, can attend class in Manila and experience the knowledge and the wisdom and the experiences that can be generated within Manila. So the issue of equity has been always a pending issue. How do we deal with equity? Some communities are more affluent than others. Some communities have more access than other communities. How do we balance up? So I think that in a sense, when we move into things like Moodle, learning management systems, we are trying to respond to that all important question of access to high quality learning, not just access to mediocre kind of education that can't really help anybody properly in life. But it brings you into consolidated resources that can be shared across at almost zero cost, except the designing and the professor facilitating. Okay, so the issue of equity remains quite something that need to be also scalability. How would you scale access? It's one thing to have, people have been complaining, what is the class size? We need to have 40 students or 30 students, large class size is very difficult to teach. Well, the new thing is that technology can help you to talk to 200 students same time, to talk to 1,000 students same time. So the idea of having class size as an issue in quality is no longer acceptable as a valid argument, because we have technology today that can enable us to teach multiple thousands of students in one setting, okay, via many things that we are now doing, synchronous stuff, these possibilities are massive. But I think that this is going to accelerate human learning at a much, much faster pace than we have attempted to do in the last 100 years. So it should be a welcome thing. So education is coming to terms with the fourth industrial revolution. That's what I'm seeing, and I'm very much excited about it, and I hope that you are all excited to see that. When we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, just in terms of, as a background, we are talking about unprecedented transformation in scope happening at an exponential speed. Would you imagine just like 10 years ago that your mobile phone can be obsolete within 6 months, that your laptop is good only for 1 year, that many things that we are using today can change so fast. This is what's happening today in the fourth industrial revolution. Social media, independent publication, independent movies. Many of you, when you are tired nowadays, you go to Netflix and try to, to have some kind of watch some movies, right? That's a reality. You don't really need to go to a big cinema and watch movie to relax. You can do it right in your bedroom, right in your salon. This is big time. Then we're also experiencing the dawn of new complex technologies, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality. These things are happening. One doesn't have to go to Alaska to experience ice, snow, and all this different kinds of environment. You can bring it through virtual reality. You can bring it right in your bedroom, right in front of your system, right in your room. So this is massive. We are seeing ubiquitous mobile supercomputing, massive automation, so much of free and rapid flow of information. In the past, I remember as a student, one of the things in my grade school days, one of the most important things I dreamed of was always to think about encyclopedia. Wow. So when you receive that encyclopedia package, you feel so good. Wow, Now, the issue today is different. We are flooded with information at extremely rapid pace. Right as I talk, thousands of information is coming in. Perhaps some of what I'm telling you right now is already becoming obsolete with new information, overlapping just 3 minutes ago. That is the speed with which information is coming. So the question now is, how do you process that? How do you filter that so that human beings can be intelligent enough and operate from varied, high quality information, intelligence, data, and be able to make decisions that are smart, that bring much more goodness to society than those ideas that are much more to distract and to destroy society. It's very fast. Then we have an emergence of e-money and digital currencies. Many of you are able to pay and buy many things using Gcash. Okay, you don't use any more paper money and coins. All those things are disappearing. That's just how fast things are changing. And of course, we're also experiencing a shortened IT life shelf and cycle. Many of the technology we're using, they go back to obsolete within a short period of time. And this is where we can say that when you look at Moodle, the idea of cloud computing or a storage system enables you to remain safe. If your system backs down, you don't have a problem. You can open your system with another computer and everything is safe. Just imagine, it's about 15 years ago, my gosh, when you have, your computer, attacked by a virus, it's gone. When you go to ask for the technology guys, can you help me with this? Oh, sir, let's reformat. And once they reformat, you lose everything. You see? So change has come that we don't have to worry. Everything we are using right now is put somewhere else in the cloud. And that's really awesome. But the question now is, how does education catch up with this? How do we ensure that education can make the most out of all these changes that are coming with the fourth industrial revolution? We really can't go back to the idea where we lock ourselves up in small rooms and then teachers will be busy silencing kids and shouting, spending so much money to maintain your air-conditioned systems in school, to repaint your classrooms, to maintain the big libraries, spending a lot of money just to maintain spaces, when actually often very little goes into actually student learning. So we really have to rethink this and try to move forward with the possibilities that are here today. So I want to start by saying that, Moodle, empowering educators to improve our world, awesome. Very, very true. But let us all keep in mind that it's not a silver bullet. Okay. This is the reason why this kind of conversation is very important, because then we begin to exactly examine why is it not a silver bullet? What are the parameters? How do we maximize this resource and make sure that it works for us? It works with us. So let me now look into what curriculum and program designing is all about. So curriculum designing generally is an application of curriculum and program design science in Moodle to simplify curriculum and program design work. Okay, so here, look at it. I'm looking at the system. We have a learning management system to help us, okay, simplify that design process, or containing the design in such a way that we don't have to be looking for things here and there. A few years ago, when I was working in your office, a shelf for what you call a box of curriculum standards, a box of curriculum benchmarks, a box of references, a box of this and that resources. It's all put in different places. And then when you sit down and begin to analyze the, a proposal, a curriculum design, a course, a program, you have to look through all these books and you're looking, wow, very busy. Now, what Moodle can do today is doing to us is that we can put all these things in one package. And that's really very powerful. So curriculum and program designing is a systematic and reflective process of translating curriculum and program principles into comprehensive plans, delivery packages of instruction or training, experiences, materials, activities, information, resources, what? To achieve satisfying or to satisfy intended learning outcomes. So we are doing this not as an end in itself, but we are trying to meet our expectations for mankind, for humanity, for men and women. So our starting point is really to look at what do we want human beings to be. The function of education, the function of designing is to ensure that we can facilitate that process of someone saying, noon, ganon lang ako, ngayon, wow. In those moments, I knew nothing. I was just nobody. Now I'm somebody. It's really that transformation of people from being, essentially potential to become realized potential. That's really what we are talking about. You want to talk about designing. We don't have to be thinking immediately about contents and topics and all this and that. No, we need to be very clear with that question. What is really the function of the curriculum designing? Is to envision people. They are this way, and tomorrow we can make them in this way. And we can measure that accurately and say, yeah, this is the effect and the cause. We are the cause, and this is the change that we have created in the life of a learner. So how Moodle empower educators to improve our world? When we talk about instruction here, instructional in the sentence refers to intentional facilitation of learning, including managing the conditions of learning and the conditions of success towards achieving intended learning outcomes in any given context. So the principles are not restricted to the online or offline, remote or on campus. They are principles that have governed human education for generations and principles that we are trying to improve upon time and again, whether you are in the context of the company where you have to upscale the skills of your workers, of the people in the organization to make them become more efficient and more effective. Human resource management people do a lot of this, organizing more trainings to make sure that people become much more recalibrated. You make them better. That's all function of design. You need to design. So where do we start then? I'll give you the basic principle is that education is designed. Education is designed for learning. So what we want to accomplish really is that what we're trying to accomplish is that learners are transformed. So the primary concern for you, for all of us, before you even design, is really to know that you are in education because you want to transform life. There will be many different ways you can do that, but primarily that's your business. You are stepping in that place, understanding that your calling, your mission, your purpose here is to facilitate human transformation. The learner was here, now the learner become that. So the teleological purpose of education is to teach. And remember, teach students, teach learners. We don't teach subjects, we don't teach topics, we teach learners. So that has to be very clear. So the second point is education is not about contents, it's not about activities, it's not about the lessons and the subjects. Education is about outcomes. Education is Education is the process of development of human abilities and qualities. So education is not an output, it's not a diploma. Education is a human being fully developed. So that is really the thing that we have to be very clear with. Okay. And there are two major approaches that we need now, just as an approach to designing. One is called backloading curriculum. The other one is front-loading curriculum. Now, What happens oftentimes for many people in educational system is that you are given, here is a textbook, go and teach the students. And then you begin to say, my goodness, where do I begin? Oftentimes people begin with materials, resources, and then they say, what am I going to do with these resources? So the decision as to what to teach, how to teach, when to teach, tend to be informed by what should I do with all these things given to me? My school gave me this, our library has this, or we just purchased this, oh my gosh, we just subscribed to this. So the students have to consume it. Okay, that is called backloading curriculum or designing. You're trying by all means to use what you have. But the second approach is called front-loading curriculum or program. This is planning based on the desired outcomes and impacts. So now you begin by asking, what do we want to happen? What results are we looking for? What future are we anticipating? What do we want to happen in this world, in this universe? And what is our place in this universe? So the planning help you to put that vision in action so that you can get yourself to where you should be. So this approach doesn't start with materials, with anything. It's a reverse of the backloading curriculum. So this is the one that I'm going to be sharing with you. So front-loading curriculum or program planning is based on desired outcomes and impacts. So if you really want, you want more people to be affluent, the question you ask is, how do you make people to be affluent? If you know the answer to that, then you begin to work towards making them affluent. If you want people to become so smart, you ask yourself, how do you get there? And that's the way you design. So I'll start by really someone that you're all familiar with, particularly for those of you in the education setting, Benjamin Bloom. Bloom, because we are dealing particularly in the formal education and non-formal. So the formal education is a structured system of education, which usually in the Philippines is K-12, and then you go college, postgraduate. That's formal education. Non-formal education is really any training you can get, including what we are doing right now. This is non-formal education. The difference that I give usually is, with formal education, you receive a diploma at the end. With non-formal, you receive a certificate. So anytime you receive a certificate of attendance, a certificate of participation, you are talking about non-formal education. So it covers the entire territory of TVET and anything that you want to build, how to dance Zumba or anything. All of those things can be packaged and non-formal. But they are different from informal education, because informal education doesn't have curriculum, doesn't have designing. It happens with life, it's spontaneous. But these two elements we are talking about, formal education and non-formal, they are planned structures of transforming humanity. So according to our good friend, Professor Bloom, Benjamin Bloom, he said that when we are looking at the human beings, actually there are three layers that we need to educate in the human being, or let's say help transform, help unleash. So the first one is the cognitive, which is basically your mental abilities. The affective, which is growth in terms of feelings, emotions, and today people are talking so much about emotional intelligence. For a long time, we didn't even think about it that way. But yes, people have to be educated to be emotionally intelligent. And that is part of what we have known all along. Then the psychomotor. The psychomotor has to do with, covers everything to do with transfer of learning. Everything that I learn, how do I operationalize them in reality? How do I put my knowledge into action? As they say today, knowledge was known to be power. It is no longer true. Knowledge is only knowledge is as important as you use it. If you are not actuating your knowledge, if you're not putting that in action, you are not powerful, you are powerless. So just the idea of having more knowledge doesn't lead you anywhere in the 21st century. Because Mr. Google, after all, can beat you badly. Mr. Google knows it all. So if you're talking just about information, wait a minute, Mr. Google is there. So the intelligent person today is a person who has elements of what? Ability to put things in practice, is a competent human being. So these three domains need to be combined. So let me quickly talk about now the cognitive aspect of cognitive aspect of sorry, the cognitive assumptions. The cognitive assumptions when we are designing, whether it's in the context of formal education or non-formal education, training or classroom, we are talking about the brain, the human brain. It's a starting point. Now, the human brain, as you can see, there is a left brain and the right brain. Okay, these two chambers. Now, the way that it works is that the left brain is responsible for routine, analytical, methodical thinking. So your left brain is where you put a lot of memory, a lot of these routine things that you do. Your right brain, on the other hand, is responsible for creative and artistic thinking. Okay. Now, when we move this thinking into back to Bloom's taxonomy, what you're going to do is that, what you're going to see here is that from remembering, which is a very basic, remember, which is a very basic level of human intelligence, okay, to evaluate, you are actually operating or developing purely the left brain, because the left brain deals with the familiar territory, a recycle bin, things that are already known, everybody knows this, so we recycle. Now, Professor Bloom leaves out one space there. That space is called create. And that space of create means basically going beyond, it's unleashing opportunities for the mind, for the trained person. We are talking about going beyond the familiar and regenerate, okay? In the world of today, if you really want your boss to increase your salary, do something new that your boss never imagined you can do. You're going to get a pay rise. If you really want to keep your job in the highly competitive environment, show the world that you are creative. You can do something that people don't know you are a creator. The intelligence of today is just that aspect of create. Okay? So we are looking at, we are at a moment when we need to be very creative. And unfortunately, our school system very often is on the left brain. It moves you from the taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy, remember to evaluate, to move up, recycle. That's why education is boring in many cases, because it calls you to memorize stuff again and again and again, most of which will never be relevant actually in the real life, because there is little space for the right brain, little space for create. And so when we are designing to higher quality of education, we must be appealing to the right brain, appealing to create that high level. That's where magic happens. If you really have to think about the world we are looking at unfolding in our eyes, it's a world of innovative minds, creative minds. So it's not about people who memorize answers, okay? Because Google can do better job for that. So 3 key things to remember about all kids we have in class, all learners, is that 1, education has to respond to all students. So therefore, we have to assume that all students can learn and succeed, but not on the same day, in the same way. And I can assure you that this is something that Moodle is doing extremely well. With most of the systems we are presenting here, students don't need to be learning things on the same pace, on the same day, on the same time. But you can have a period. You can talk about within a month, within a week, within a year. But they don't necessarily have to be like in class. Today, page 1, and tomorrow is page 2, and then we'll do chapter 3 and chapter 4. We don't need to do that, right? What is happening now is that, we can customize, we can differentiate, we can personalize learning, and still ensure that every learner succeeds. Second is, success breeds success. When students or any human being experience a degree of success, they are more likely to succeed more and more and more. If they fail today, they are more likely to fail and fail and fail. So it's part of our design system is to understand that we have to ensure we don't get casualties in our design, no casualties. It has to be 0 casualties, designed for success, that everyone who jumps into it has to be very successful, no choice at all. So schools control the conditions of success. You have to understand that. The very fact that people are obsessed with wanting to control students is one reason why many people are complaining so much with the current setting, because they are losing the power to control. Students are learning much more than they did in school. Okay, and they are using obsolete assessment systems in order to prove a point that students are not learning. The truth is they are not assessing what is happening in the development of the students. They are assessing information that they used to give in school. And if the student doesn't get it right, oh, look, they are not learning, okay? But tell me, whether you are teaching or not, human beings will learn. Whether I'm here or you're not here, people will learn because that's the nature of your human consciousness. We change. But what's happening right now is how do we plan learning, how do we design in such a way that learning can be facilitated effectively? So we are looking for success for all as a philosophy. So there are two levels of designing. The micro, that's the thing that you need to consider right away. What you should never, I call it something that you should never ask Moodle to do for you, okay? One is macro level. What kind of human beings do you wish your learners to become? That's a question you have to ask. The second one is on the micro level. What distinct abilities should your learners develop in order to function competently and successfully in life? Very important. That is why you are starting your designing process. And I call this one step one. Okay. And the next is when you come now to the macro, what kind of human beings do you wish your learners to become? Now, this is a giant imagination you need to do. You have to consider what kind of persons you want, if their vision or mission that you follow, the future scenario, projections, the current reality assessment. You need to examine all these situations in order to formulate your curriculum package or your program package so that you are able to strike all these essential elements about human learning. And then you move to developing your outcomes, your outcome-based design process. So this one I'll show you. We need to have that macro system, which will link up with the micro system. So the macro system, this word's a bit technical, but it's very easy actually. I just want to have clear distinction so that I don't create more confusion. The macro system answers to the big question, number one, which was what kind of human beings do you wish your learners to become? That is macro. On the micro, what distinct abilities should your learners develop in order to function competently and successfully in life? That happens in the instruction side of things. So typically, you notice that on the instruction, we talk about the course package, modular package, or training package. Now I'm putting you the adjectives define that big macro structure. And so when you talk about, oh, we want to have first-class citizens and scholars and responsible citizens, you're talking about graduate attributes. But you can't get them there unless you break it down into specific learning expectations that are much more measurable. So we talk about the actions, things that the students have to do in order to demonstrate capability. So we call them graduate actions or intended learning outcomes. Then, but there has to be a clear line between those two levels. Then the last one is your assessment. So assessment here has to be seen as monitoring and evaluation. The purpose of this is that you need to have performance standards. At what point can I say the person is well educated? What would be indicators of learning? That is transferable. So we are not talking about how many marks they'll get on a quiz, but we are talking about how can I see that a child can now walk, can now sing, can now dance? How can I know that this person can drive a car? How can I know that this person can write a paragraph, if we're teaching reading? How can I know the child can solve mathematical problems, if I met him? That kind of thinking, you are really looking at performance standards. What standard will be there that every human being who is averagely intelligent can recognize as success? For example, if you enter in a bank, a cashier talk to you, and then you begin to talk, as the person answer questions you're asking, you will know that whether they are competent or not. Because there are certain things that they are meeting, which make them look competent and function competent. Those are performance standards. It's the things that we see in life that everybody can recognize as being competent. And that is what we need to be looking at when we talk about assessment. In the absence of that, you cannot really talk about assessment. So what ultimately, when we talk about the bigger picture, this is what we're expecting learners to get out of the educational programs. We expect them to be, to acquire this. This need to be exemplars of who they are or what they become as human beings. This is the calling that we have as educators, to be able to develop people who have this type of things. They are creative, they are negotiators, they have cognitive flexibility, they are critical thinkers. So how do you measure that? How do you know that your students are developing this? Because if they are not going to be competent human beings. They are miseducated rather than properly educated. And moving forward, this framework of outcomes has become actually so much common today globally. What I'm showing you right now is a UNESCO inventory that they just did recently in 2019, showing that almost all over the world, governments have responded to what we call the framework, qualification frameworks. So what it means when you have qualification framework, it means that you can now claim that the graduate of your school of anything will no longer be judged by the size of their diploma where they study, but by the kind of capabilities they possess and the qualities that they have. And those are the things you want to be sure you are covering when you design your, with your Moodle, when you are trying to design your course. So this is for those of you who are not so familiar with qualification framework, this is what it means. When you look at this is a Philippine qualification framework. On level 1, you are talking about someone who is slightly higher than grade 12, who has done NC1. And on the top level, you are having someone who has finished a doctorate. These people are expected to be functioning on a level 8 on all these appropriate levels. But remember, those levels are not grades and scores. They are not. They are outcomes, they are competencies, they are capabilities. So the way that you see them would be like this. This is an example of in the Philippine qualification framework. So that is level 6 for someone who has finished bachelor's degree. These are the performance standards that we expect from them. If you are hiring someone and is not able to perform to this level, just fire them because you are paying them for nothing. They should be easy to manage because they have to have a substantial degree of independence and in terms of related fields with minimal supervision. When you move that one up to the level 7, that's a master's degree level, there's nothing yet that's talking about grades and scores and all those stuff. It's just talking about capabilities that people need to have. So we don't go to school to receive a paper, we go to develop capabilities, and capabilities look like this. For a doctoral level, this is how you're going to be defined. In other words, you don't need to tell me I have a doctorate. You just have to behave this way, demonstrate this, and that's fine. Okay, so that's where we are now in the development of human education. So let's move now quickly to the micro level now. What distinct abilities should your learners develop in order to function competently and successfully in life? So following front-loading your curriculum, level 2, this is how we are going to do it now. You have to understand the concept of a learning outcome. An intended learning outcome is not answering a task. It's not solving mathematics problem 1, problem 2. It's not. It's really about a person developing abilities, which we call culminating demonstration of learning and of success in life. That's why we go to school for, okay? So when you put that in your design, this is how to put all these things together. Before you even consider packaging it in the Moodle, Moodle platform or learning management, you have to be sure that you are reminded of your macro level. What kind of human beings do you want to have? How do you manage that? You need now to put out the intended learning outcomes, very specific things, and then you need to have the learning experience. So the learning experience are ways to develop abilities that are intended. The third one is assessment, ways to generate and measure evidence of attainment of the abilities that are intended. So if you tell me if someone is an accountant, I want to see a person perform accounting in a way that I don't have to doubt. That's what we mean by evidences we need. It's something that assures us that people are competent. So that process shows us that these 3 levels, these 3 things are interconnected in the instructional model. The first part is feed up. So when you design the outcome, then you talk about what learning experience will help me to deliver this specific outcome. So be careful with this, because sometimes people are just saying, oh, synchronous, synchronous, asynchronous, synchronous, asynchronous. People like using a lot of jargons. But I'll tell you that if you have to teach a child to sing, all you need is to ask the child to sing. Okay, that's it. You don't have synchronous, asynchronous, synchronous, asynchronous, very complicated language, okay? The thing is, ask yourself, what is it that I want a child to learn? The next question is, how is a person to be taught if they have to learn that? Why? Because if you are teaching me to dance, I have to practice dancing. If you are teaching me to sing, I need to sing. If you are teaching me to write, I need to write. If you are teaching me to analyze, I have to be analyzing. So the decision as to what pedagogical strategy would be ideal for this outcome, you have to start with the outcome and ask yourself, how do human beings learn this particular outcome? How can they develop it? And once you have that, you create a feedback. It's not enough that we are teaching. We need to know, are they learning? So we need to have clear indicators of learning that learners can demonstrate remotely, or the system I work with don't rely on paper anymore, no quiz and all this other stuff that have been going around in schools. But basically, what is the authentic way of knowing that a person can do this, is capable in this, is good in that? We need to be very clear and very deliberate. And then, of course, we have the feed forward. The feed forward means if you are satisfied with what you see in your assessment, then you can ask for progress. Let's move next. So that's a very basic model that you need to do. So what should your student experience? So now we're talking about teaching. What should your student experience remotely or on the module, or on the Moodle learning management, or maybe on paper, whatever means you are using? This is called learning experience. The question we're asking here is, what should the learner or student experience to be able to develop the abilities you intend and to really become human beings you want them to be? So don't think about synchronous, asynchronous. Don't go into that. Ask this question, contemplate, reflect, find out what works. So this is where now we can say, ask not what Moodle can do for you, but what you can do with Moodle. Okay, so don't blame the Moodle if the students don't learn. Malanka Salana is Moodle. Okay, it simply means that your design is defective. That's why it doesn't work. Okay, so you really have to think through these processes. Okay, so the essentials you find in any effective learning management system, or how to work with the learning management system, you need to achieve these elements in terms of learning. So you ensure enable teaching to become a conscious and reflective process. You ensure that teaching enable giving and receiving feedback to become efficient, effective, purposive, and specific. You know what's happening right now is that all of us, you say, oh, myself, when you are done, please submit your paper when you are done. Oh, answer. Fine. What happened? Do you really have time to check the papers? Do you really give the feedback right away? Oftentimes we don't do that. We are asking too much, but we don't have time to process. So what happened is that the learner becomes frustrated because learning needs feedback, constant feedback. So if you overdo it, you exaggerate it, you become a burden for nothing. And in the end, you complain, oh, no, the Moodle is not working. All of these things we have tried, we need to be very careful. Enable teaching and learning to become social event, okay? Enable freezing of schooling and then freezing of learning. This is very powerful language. Usually the schooling system, as we have done it on campus, it tends to really freeze. It tends to be too much of control in the sense that students can't even breathe, they can't learn. From the first time they enter in classroom, the bells, and when they're in the classroom, don't talk, shut up, shh, behave. So the brain of the kids never sit down to think because we are too much on them. But now what we can do now with the Moodle structure and all this is that we can freeze all that nonsense and freeze human learning. Enable flipped learning. That means many of the things we need to do, again, following our design flood loading, there will be certain things that we have to plan ahead of time to enable students to learn even before we come in to talk to them. This can be, I have this nice video. Can you watch it? And then tell me what you're getting from the video. And when we meet, we talk about the video, very small ones, very short ones. Don't give them a 30-minute video. Nobody watches 30 minutes video, they all watch 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 7 minutes. Then tell the students, okay, take notes and let's talk about it. You have to flip, okay, and that's happening. So it's not teacher first, student second. Flipping means student go ahead and teachers come to facilitate, to deepen the learning, to make sure that the learners are really getting the most. Make learning an immersive experience, enable collaboration and interdependence in learning. And of course, meet 4 outcome-based principles of education principles. What are they? I use the acronym CHED: clarity of focus, focus on outcomes, very clarity of focus on outcomes. I want every child to be able to read by the end of the year. I want every student to be able to complete writing a paper in research within this semester. Very clear focus, very, very clear focus. High expectations, no mediocrity, because mediocrity cannot liberate a people. So we have to be sure that we set very high expectations for all learners, because life does not discriminate in that aspect. The expectation it has for everybody are the same, high expectations. If you are a driver, you really have to be a good driver. If you are a singer, you have to be a good singer. There are no mediocres in the real world. Everybody strives to be more than 100%. So as a school, as educators, we really don't have a right to lower the expectations to our students. We need to raise them up so that we are able to give them the necessary power and courage they need to walk through life as successful human beings, to endure challenges and to be very successful. So we have to design down. When we say design down, it means when we have all these thoughts together, then we say, how do we design? How do we put all these things together so that at the end of the day, every student is successful? So your Moodle must provide divergent learning experiences and focus on student engagement. So here is one of those things that I've put up here. Remember, what's happening right now in many of these initiatives on online learning management systems. People think that it's a matter of uploading stuff there. They call it, oh, asynchronous, asynchronous. So they put there so many things. The story we have from the learning aspect of it, pedagogical point of view, human beings learn more when they are challenged to do things. So we learn more by doing. When you are just reading something or they just watch the video you send, they are not going to learn much. Believe me. I send many videos I've used for my students. When I ask them, did you watch this video? Oh, not yet, sir. What the videos are videos, they're boring stuff. They can enjoy it for the first 2 minutes. After that, it's gone. So we have to think about it. It's not a question of asynchronous, synchronous. It's really finding out what are the effective experiences to make a person transformed, to make a child read who could not read before. Very, very clear things. We need to think very well. So here is a part of what we expect from teachers, educators, because sometimes people think that if they have a learning management system, then the learning management system will do the job and the teacher can take vacation. No, if you want to become a teacher, be prepared to teach. So students will always need a human facilitator in order for them to achieve higher learning levels of learning and transformation. So what I have here for you is passive learning is when you do all those things on top. What I'm doing right now is passive learning. You are listening, bluff, 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 bluff. I'll tell you this. By the time I'm done, you only have a retention of 10% of what I'm saying here. And that is true for our students. It's all of this stuff can only move you to remember and evaluate. Remember the Bloom taxonomy I started with. This is recyclable stuff. But the moment you do active learning, it means teacher facilitates stuff. This is a powerful work of facilitation. Processing information. Okay, you watch the video. What does the video say? What is the first line? What's the opening statement? You really need to go deep into all those materials. So you can use very limited materials, very limited opportunities, but do you really fully maximize this in order to generate an impact that can transform a child and make him very successful, making her very, very successful? Is this something that you think your co-workers or people you are training can really learn from? What is it there that can really guarantee that they are ready to go? Very, very important. So there we talk about facilitation, and facilitation will happen on the lower level. Look at that. When they teach, when you help students to teach one another, Like you assign a student, okay, you are going to handle this section. We have talked about it together. Now I want you to lead the class and facilitate this. When you allow that kind of experience where students are really taking a lead because you are facilitating, not because you are abandoning them. The idea that you assign students to read this and do that, which you don't process yourself, is really a disaster in education. Because when students are reading, you need to ask from them, do you understand what you are reading? Sure. What does this say? What does this say? When you are sure they are confident, that's the time you invite them to present in the larger forum, because you are sure they are confident, they have achieved something. But it's not a matter of abandonment. The learning management system can't teach. It's the teachers who are going to teach. So let's make that point really very, very clear. If our students have to exercise higher levels of 21st century competencies, critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, we need strong teachers to be there to process and put something in your learning management system that will allow this to happen. It doesn't have to be very complicated. I mean, if you are teaching a child to read, you can ask them to read loud multiple times, and they record on their mobile phone, and then they can send that recording for 5 minutes. You listen to it, and then so good reading. Then you can say, okay, fine, this time I want you to read to the whole class. That kind of facilitation can make kids become more creative, can facilitate, because creativity, remember, happen when people begin confident with the common things, what everybody know. That's why in our taxonomy, you notice, create come after the verb, it come after explain, right? Okay, so it come after, create come after evaluate. Now, if I can quickly comment on this. Remember means simply memorization of stuff. You need that as part of intelligence. You need to know your name. You need to know your birthday. You need to know your house number. So remembering is very important. You need to know your family members, you know, and your workmates. So remembering is important, okay? But remembering is too shallow as human intelligence, because even dogs can do that, okay? They know the voice of their masters. So the next level is understanding. Understanding means putting a bit of complexity to things we remember in isolation. The next thing is apply. Once we can remember, we understand by way of putting these things together, what is the next phase? The next phase is we are able to apply this to any given situation. But more than applying, we need to have ability to analyze. When we ask questions, okay, Bato, we need to have the ability to apply analysis, to analyze whether things are in order. That's very important faculty. But again, these things are all on the lower level of taxonomy. The next phase is evaluate. Evaluate means you apply a benchmark. To evaluate is to compare a standard to something else. So when you stand on your weighing scale, you are evaluating yourself. And the weighing scale will tell you, beep, 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 overweight, overweight, lessen your food, lessen your food. Okay. So evaluate is simply means to compare something with a standard. So evaluation, that's where we enter. Now, when you step over beyond evaluate, you are in the level of create, and create has no point of reference. You can go beyond, you can go weird. Now, that idea is only possible when students have enough confidence with the lower levels on the taxonomy. That's why, if you want really to help students and to transform this life, to transform education and learning, we need to be good facilitators. We have to be very, very good at facilitation. Yeah. And the next is this. I wanted to share with you, this is the learning management that I'm using, I'm working with right now. What you are seeing on the left are the different, this is business management. And what you are seeing on the left are the different areas of learning that students have to go through. The next package shows you the videos. So the videos, they can watch that video, and the next space is to do some action. They're going to answer some tasks, you know, and
Hello,
then,
sir.
yeah. Hello.
Last 2 minutes.
All right, yeah. So this one is going out to show how they are performing. Now, my realization, my learning in all these things is that often students don't even work on this without my facilitation, without talking to them, without going on the learning management with them. They don't actually use these things. No matter how nicely packaged they are, you really need to be, they need a facilitator. This is why any design you're going to do would require your outstanding facilitation skills. And then the last portion to this is the assessment. Assessment means we need to know whether what we are doing is really working. So in the assessment part, we are talking about, there are two major approaches to assessment: is norm-based and criterion defined. Now, this is the traditional assessment that we have known, we grew up with. It talks about, items, stuff that you get, memory work. And this kind of assessment is useless for Moodle. It will be useless for any learning management because it just measures memory. Human beings can't become powerful by way of memorizing stuff. So it's a useless type of assessment. What we are doing now is this type of assessment, which we call criterion. Criterion define and describe where a person is in the trajectory of development so that you are recognized as a competent person because you demonstrate something. Theoretically, in practice, there has to be a way. So this is what matters most. When you look to assessment in your learning management, try to infuse a design that will allow students to be more holistic in demonstrating learning. And here we are. Thank you very much. And before you jump to the Moodle, you need to be prepared with that. And here's the Moodle. The Moodle will guide you to put all that thinking into the system. And that has to be the last thing that you consider. Okay? So there we are. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Elias Sampa, for that very informative talk. Thank you for reminding us that as educators, we have to teach students and to transform them. Education is really about outcomes. Okay, we really love those lines, sir. Okay, so sir, we will just send you the questions, the link to the forum, so you can answer the questions given by our participants. Okay, thank you, sir. So at this juncture, we will now award this virtual certificate to Dr. Elias Sampa, which reads the PhiloWeb technology. Let's award the certificate. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, let me read it again. The PhiloWeb technology, technology for a while Incorporated presents the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Elias Sampa for sharing his valuable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you, sir. Please accept this virtual certificate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye po. Now, we will have a 5-minute bio break. So after 5 minutes, please be back for the breakout session number 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. If someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
So we're live again. So thank you. Without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker. He is a professor of information technology, e-learning and e-assessment advisor, and also a Moodle developer. A professor, OST of Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Science. To talk about students' quiz empowering students, please welcome Dr. Frank Koch.
So I guess I have the word now. Magdan Hapon, calling from Switzerland. I'm very happy to be in the Philippines. Let me share my screen. And I'm very happy to share the story of Student Quiz with you. So if you can hear me, everything is all right, then maybe I get a thumb up or so.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Wonderful. All right, good. Student Quiz started actually with a little bit of statistics. This is the diagram of my students' participation during one of my classes. This comes from Moodle. You can see the engagement of students within the Moodle course. And this is my students' participation during an entire semester. And of course, this peak here at the end, that is quite astounding, that it was the examination time. And I asked my students how they prepare for the examinations, and they really like to review old exams. They asked me for quiz questions that they could do by themselves. And at the same time, in Switzerland, here in Europe, there was an app called Quiz Duel, which became very popular. People played it for fun on questions about geography or politics or whatever. I'm not sure in the Pacific region whether you know about Quiz Duel. So quizzing seems to be something that you could use for serious learning. And I liked the idea, but there was one problem. You have to create all these questions for your exams and for all the quizzes that you give to your students. And yeah, I have to do this by myself, creating all these questions. And then the idea arose. I have rather large classes with more than 100 students. If I switch roles, if I flip it around so that they create the questions, and out of this idea, Student Quiz was born. So the basic idea here is Student Quiz makes Moodle content student-driven. Most of the content in a Moodle course is created by teachers, and I wanted to turn this around. And this has lots of advantages, like Student Quiz enables students to work collaboratively. They create their questions, and at the same time, they can share it with their peers. And this way, even if each student provides only a few questions, the entire cohort can create immense question pools. And that's why we need filters, because you don't all the time want to run a quiz with hundreds of questions. So you can filter now the question bank based on your interest. And while you answer the questions in the quiz, you can rate the quality of the questions and you can comment on the questions, which further improves the quality of that question bank. And while students then work through the quizzes, Student Quiz collects usage data. For example, it measures the difficulty of each question and it ranks students based on their contribution and their answering competence. So this has a lot to do with crowdsourcing, but each student is probably more interested in his or her own performance, and that's why we also added a personal learning assistance, which shows each student his or her individual learning progress. And even more, the individual learning progress becomes compared to the community. So a student can see him or herself in relation to the entire class that he is enrolled in. And good news for teachers, the questions that are created by the students, they can also be reused in standard Moodle quizzes. So yeah, you can enjoy their work. And now I guide you through some of the screenshots of student quiz. If we have time, we can later on play it. When you create a student quiz activity, it's just like any other activity in a Moodle course. Then you can select the question types that you will allow your students to create. You can enforce or not enforce the rating of questions, and you can also enforce or not enforce the commenting of questions. There's a little bit more on configuration. Usually student quiz plays anonymously, so a student does not know who was the author of one of the questions. But of course you can untick this option and then student names would be displayed. You could delay the publishing of new questions. So maybe as a teacher, you want to approve questions first. By default, it is published right away. And then we also have a little bit of gamification added to it. Students receive points, for example, 10 points for creating a question, 5 points if the question becomes approved by the teacher, another 3-4 points for each star that is assigned to the question or that is rated to the question by the community. 2 points if you answer a question correctly, -1 point penalty if you answer it incorrectly. And you can select the roles that can participate in a student quiz. So maybe as a teacher, you want to untick yourself, so you could still participate in the student quiz, but you wouldn't participate in this gamification competition here. So let's look at the main screen of student quiz. It looks rather complex like this. This is the one. And I guide you through the screen now. So first, if you want to create a question, you click on this button here, create new question. And then you actually enter into the Moodle dialog of creating, for example, a multiple choice question or a true-false question or whatever question type you allowed. This is just Moodle. This is not student quiz. If you have ever created a question within Moodle, you will know this dialog. Then all the questions that become created, they are listed here in this area. You can see this is 560 questions, this student quiz. And of course, this is paged, so you have a pagination added to it. But if you click on this, you will see all 560 questions. That's where they are listed. And watch out for this one here, because Gianluca Zanetti, one of my students, and this here is the screen of Gianluca Zanetti. He has the ability to preview his question because this was a question created by him, and he could also trash his question. You can see that all the other question authors are anonymized because we play this here anonymously. But because it's his own question, he can see his name attached here. And there's another column of interest. This is where the teacher or the lecturer here can approve or disapprove question. There are some other status, but this is the most important one, approve or disapprove. So because this is 560 questions, you don't really want to start a quiz with that many questions. That's where the filter comes into play. And we have some fast filters, but under show more, you have so many more filters. You can have full text search, and you can have also cross filters, so that you really design your quiz according to your interest, to your needs. And once this is done, you press the start quiz button, and that's what it looks like. Here in this case, I have 3 questions. And now with next, I can scroll through the question, I can answer them. And once I have answered a question, I can rate this question. As I said before, you can enforce this rating, so a student cannot click next before the question becomes rated. And you can also discuss the question. Maybe you don't like the answer. So that's where you can engage in a dialogue with the author. You wouldn't know who is the author because he or she is anonymous. However, when you enter some comment here, it will be forwarded as an email notification to the author, and then this person can react. Okay, let's go back to the main screen. There are 2 more points of interest. Here is my progress. This is what I called before the personal learning assistance. The bar here shows your learning competence. For example, in this quiz, remember we have 560 questions and 370 of them, this is a green bar, I have answered, or better said, Gianluca Zanetti, this guy, my student, has answered these questions correctly. However, 89 questions, no, he failed on the answer, and there are also 91 questions still open, which Gianluca hasn't answered yet. There's a second bar, excuse me. There's a second bar, which is the contribution bar. So that means Gianluca has contributed 9 questions, this one here, the green bar, which became approved by the teacher, but he has also contributed 7 questions which were disapproved. And maybe he has also contributed questions that have not been approved yet. They would appear yellow, but this is not the case. And then Gianluca can also click here on more, and he can see, once he clicks on more data about himself and about the community. For example, this is his personal statistics. He can see how many questions he has contributed, how many were approved. And the last figure here is especially interested because he can see that he has successfully answered 67% of all the questions in this student quiz, and some more statistical figures about his performance. And okay, this is his figures, but maybe Gianluca is also interested in the averaged figures of his community. Remember, he is part of a class. In my case, it might be like a group of 100 students. And then he can see this 100, the average of them, they have only completed 35% of all the questions within the student quiz. So Gianluca has the confidence that he is rather ahead of his class and maybe can relax a little. And some other figures that I hope are self-explaining, otherwise everything is also documented. Good. Now let's look at this last part of the main screen. This is what I called gamification. Gianluca was a really good student. He made it number 5 in this top 10 list. This shows only the top 10 students. These are the points that they gathered. And Gianluca, so he has 987 points, and he can see, of course, this is also anonymized. He can see if I get about 100 points more, then I would be on number 4 in this ranking list. And of course, he will not be able to really recall why exactly do I have 987 points, but he can click here on more, and then he can see all the math behind. So this was in fact not 986, but 7, but 986.5. And he received, you remember, he contributed 16 questions. Each question gives him 10 points. So 160 points for his questions. This was for the approval. This was for how his questions became rated by his community. This is for his answering competence, the number of correct questions. He also failed on some questions. These are the penalty points. So that makes a 67%. And he can also see how his peers are doing. So, last. So what you saw in one screen, you remember here, the progress screen, when a student could compare him or herself with the community based on aggregated figures. But you can also compare based on each question. So for example, this here is a question on the topic data warehouse. And please now distinguish blue and yellow. I hope you can see this well on your screens. So for example, this is a difficulty here. Yellow is Gianluca. So this question was particularly difficult for him, and the blue is his community. So it was also rather difficult for the community, but not as difficult as for Gianluca. And here, this is the rating column. There you can see that Gianluca assigned 1 star only to this question. Yellow is Gianluca. So when this is live and you hover over, then the numbers are well explained. Gianluca assigned 1 star to this question only, which means he didn't like this question. But his community assigned like 2.8 something. That's the blue. So that also gives you some feedback about like your rating competence or your mastering of this particular question. Okay, let's sum up. Student quiz is, and these are some buzzwords that I claim, it's about cooperation. You're not alone, right? You are part of a team that creates this question bank. And it's also about collaboration. While you work together, whatever you create, you share it with your community. It's about crowd intelligence. Remember, one person creates a question, but so many others in this classroom, they rate on the question, which gives some kind of feedback. They comment on the question, which increases actually the question, or this becomes attached to the question. And it's like an added value to this question. And the center point really is constructivism. It's good to answer a question. It's so much better if you can create one. Everybody who has maybe a little brother or a little sister knows about this experience. Once you can explain something, that's usually the moment when you know by heart that you understood this matter. And it's about gamification. We are using competitiveness here. I explained this little point system. And we have a personal learning assistance. How am I doing? You can, you're probably familiar with this flipped classroom concept. Students create the knowledge, and the role of a teacher he can become a coach. You modify the quality of the student quiz question bank by commenting questions, by approving questions, by disapproving questions, of course. You could also delete or hide questions. There are so many ways a teacher can influence and increase the quality. And last not least, it's also about inspiration. I'm often very surprised about the creativity of my students. They come up with questions that I wouldn't have thought of, and they do lots of what was formerly my work. So student quiz became quite popular. We are working since 2016 on student quiz, and we have well above 1,000 educational institutions now using student quiz. And to most of these institutions, mostly universities, I don't even know who they are, but some of them, they send feature requests, they get in contact with me, they also contribute code to Student Quiz. So some of them I know, and here, for example, is the University of Otago in New Zealand. They started using Student Quiz quite early, and to my surprise, they used it in the Faculty of Medicine. So I was first a little bit shocked because this is about life and death, right? And the questions come from students. So yeah, do they really ask the proper questions? And then I asked them back what you're actually doing, and here are some details about different subjects that they have. And especially for me, outstanding was this 5th-year student revision course. This was a course given free to the 5th year, so they're almost done with their medical studies, to the students, and they collected almost 6,000 medical questions. I find that really amazing. So usually you pay lots and lots of money for a question bank of this quantity. I don't really know about the quality of these questions. That is, of course, an interesting point. But when I look at my own students, and usually about 10, sometimes 15% of the questions are really great questions of very good quality, but I have to admit that there are also like 20, maybe 25 of the percent of the questions that I wouldn't recommend for an exam because it's not given to everybody to ask good questions. And then by the success of Student Quiz at universities, they actually gave it free to all their 20,000 students. I also have very large universities. This is one of the largest. It's actually one of the largest university in Europe, the Open University UK. By the way, you probably know Tim Hunt. He is the lead maintainer of the question bank in the core Moodle system. And they also became aware of Student Quiz, and they tested it yeah, very much, very intensive. You see the big figures that they have. They cannot risk any crash down on their system, and they gave it free to all their thousands of modules. And the best thing is they became a very important collaborator of Student Quiz. So I'm not alone. The last main features of Student Quiz were mainly created by the Open University, and I'm in good contact there with Tim Hunt. And here, this is a feedback from myself, one of my courses. And in this courses, I started with 84 students. It's quite some time ago already, 2018. And I asked each student to create 4 questions. Of course, I expected something like 320 questions. At the end, I received 540 questions. That was already great, but the real power is this one here. This is, I think it's a course activity report in the core Moodle system. So you can have this report, sorry, and you can see this Student Quiz activity that I had in my course created 21,000 views. And if you look at the other figures here, this by way overshadowed every other activities in my entire Moodle course. So more than 20,000 times students, this 84 students answered questions. So I had like more than 20,000 learning moments in this Student Quiz, which is really outstanding. So your Moodle server becomes warm, no, with Student Quiz. If your Moodle server is bored, that's what you can do. So here I have some statements of other people. So this is one of my students here. That is quite an interesting student because he didn't show up for the first half of the semester. And to be honest, I wrote him off already. I thought he's probably, I don't know, he doesn't like my class, he doesn't come. But then I saw actually in the ranking list that student very late in the semester showed up. And then I saw day by day that he increased in the ranking list. And I actually asked him, what are you doing? Who are you? And he gave me some feedback. He used student quiz by the flashcard method. So instead of asking his peers, look, I missed most of the class, please give me your summaries that I can read up your summaries, he used student quiz for the review. So he runs through all the questions, and he actually could answer some of the questions, even though that he missed the class. And then he just reviewed the questions that he failed. And so student quiz was like a summary to him, plus it was an interactive summary because it checked him every time, did you understand the matter or not? And here, this is also some feedback of Martin de Guiamas, who gave the keynote today, which I missed because it was like 2 a.m. at my side here. I was still asleep. And yeah, he also liked student quiz a lot, and he wanted to have student quiz in Moodle Core. But this was not done so far because of capacity reasons at the Moodle headquarters. And now with Moodle 4.0, there is a redesign of the quiz engine and the question bank. Something big is going to happen with the question bank, and quite many things of what student quiz is will be incorporated in this quiz 4.0. And let's see what happens in terms of getting these two products together. And now comes my own, I'm also a teacher, right? And my own advisors once you want to use student quiz. So my first point would be, think about the question types allowed. I have students of information technology, and when I run it first, I gave all the question types 3. And yeah, when it comes to software, my students are really playful, and they use all kinds of question types, which first I thought was great. But then when we came to the exam, and when you quickly want to run over the questions, you want, for example, to review 100 questions, you're really happy if all the questions works the same way. You don't really want to have a drag and drop question, and next is a numerical, and then an essay question. And so what I do nowadays is I do only multiple choice, because at least in my cultural background here, that's what everybody knows. And yeah, and then you run through multiple choice only, and that helps a lot in speed. But multiple choice is a little bit tricky for the authors to create good multiple choice questions. And that's why I created a little video that explains students how to create good multiple choice questions within Moodle. And that helps a lot. Then also you want to contribute some good quality questions as guidelines first. When I start a new student quiz at the beginning of the semester, that grows usually in the course of a semester, then the first 10 questions come from myself, because then they see a little bit, yes, he expects that kind of quality, and that's what he thinks of a good quality question. And it helps a little bit to establish some conduct there. Then require a minimum number of questions from each student. Otherwise, you might have the phenomenon of some eager students and some very lazy ones. So I usually request 4 questions during the course of a semester. Semester with our institution is like 4.5 months. So make sure questions are distributed evenly over time. First, I didn't do that, and then I had something like a wind hound effect, I think you call it. You know, the guys who run very fast, who want to do everything in the first week to be free for the rest of the semester, and then at the beginning of the semester you get overwhelmed with questions, and at the end you don't get that many. So maybe you want to say in the first 3 weeks, 1 question, in the next 3 weeks, the second question. Then create a gamified atmosphere. My students can win a Raspberry Pi computer. That's a little computer, only $30. But I don't know, maybe some incentive that's, you know, you get something for be number 1 in the ranking list, for example. Then don't lay back. When your student creates a question, I recommend you to be really fast with comments at the beginning, to look like every other day, and to approve the questions, also to disapprove, to be quite strict, especially at the beginning. Be fast with comments, be tough with approvals and deletes, because you know, some people like to cut corners, and when you approve stupid questions or like really trivial ones, then you will get lots of trivial questions in your student quiz, and you probably don't want this. And among teachers, you maybe want to mention that you maybe want to recycle some good questions for the exams. I mentioned this about 2 to 3 times during the course of the semester, and that helps a lot, because students now, when they learn what's in the question bank, then that also helps them for the exams. And I keep my promise, I also do it. So the resources for student quiz are available here. If you want to know more about it, go to this website. There are introduction videos for teachers. There are also English introduction videos for students here in different languages, the manuals. So you could just use one of the videos for your students to guide them, that you don't waste time by yourself. It doesn't speak Tagalog yet. If anybody there would like to provide a Tagalog translation, I would be most happy. There's also a sandbox to try it. You can ask questions. I would be happy to hear from you. And here in the Moodle plugin directory, there, of course, is the official Moodle plugin. You can get it there. And this is a source code if you are interested in. So now I have to ask Leonila, because the speaker before me overtook a little bit time.
Yes.
We could, of course, play student quiz, but I guess that we run already out, and maybe we use some time for questions, no? Leonila, what
Yes,
do you
sir.
think?
Sir, we have some questions here.
All right.
Okay, let me read one. From Dr. Remo Aguilar. He said he's interested in your test banking with student quiz in the field of medicine. To whose responsibility is examining the quality of pulled question given to in student quiz?
Yes, thank you for the question, Remo. It's up to the teacher who creates a student quiz within his or her Moodle course. So this person becomes responsible. It's really quite interesting, this question, in terms of the University of Otago, because if you have almost 6,000 medical questions, this thing suddenly becomes strategic. And I would say this goes over the scope of an individual teacher. But of course, you can export all these questions and you can recycle them in a Moodle course. So if I would be the teacher with the 6,000 questions in control, I would knock the door of management and I say, look what treasure we have. Now let's review the question with our medical faculty, which of the questions we want to reuse, which of the questions we want to trash. And that's probably worth thousands and thousands of dollars, of pesos, excuse me. Now, in terms of University of Otago, if you write me a mail, I can put you in contact with the person. I'm in contact with the Moodle administrator there. Scott is his name, but I'm not direct contact with the teacher of whatever medical faculty that was. But maybe you can find out, and I'm not sure whether they want to share their treasure with you. so I hope that other people create other treasures. And actually, if you have treasures, I would be very happy to share this with me. It's another story, but maybe we can also get universities together in terms of an open educational resources. That's another big topic in e-learning, because if we have digital material, why not share it among each other? I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kosh. Another question, sir, from Dr. Remo. Can you do item analysis or different index discrimination index with student quiz?
No, you don't have a discrimination index. The statistics of Moodle, of student quiz, does not show you a discrimination index. This is a feature provided in Moodle Core. And there are other plugins like Offline Quiz which use this. If you want to have a discrimination index, you can again export all the questions within your student quiz, and you can import them in a normal Moodle standard quiz. But then, of course, now you have to run that quiz. You need empirical data in order to get a discrimination index, right? But there's lots of empirical data within student quiz, but I'm sorry, we don't provide this. The reason for it is statistical data provided in student quiz is meant for students. Now, most of the students have no clue what a discrimination index is. This is a figure for teachers. And so but this is a good point. Maybe that's a request worth to think about, to add that also, to have like a teacher's interface into student quiz, but we don't have it yet.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Another question from Giselle and Depilio. Is there any difference about the student quiz if administered using widescreen gadgets or in mobile phones?
No, it runs. It runs also on the mobile phone, but yes, there's one problem with student quiz. If you have a web browser on your mobile phone, there it runs. But if you use the Moodle app, unfortunately, it does not run on the Moodle app. And that was exactly the reason why it could not be incorporated into Moodle Core, because everything in Moodle Core runs also on the Moodle app. And the Moodle app, unfortunately, has another question bank than the Moodle Core, which runs on a desktop. And so this was not able, the capacities were not there to adapt it to the Moodle app. So, sorry, short answer, it runs on the browser, on your mobile phone. It does not run in the Moodle app on your mobile phone. I did not hear what Ralph was saying.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Can we have another question from the forum? Oh, there is one question here, sir, in our forum from Jo Marie Yokte. How to enable this plugin?
Okay. It's available on the maybe I should share my screen again.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry, I was maybe too early here. So this is a Moodle plugin directory. If you go to the Moodle plugin directory and enter student quiz, you will find it right away. There are thousands of plugins. You just search for student quiz. And I can quickly do that with you here. Moodle plugin directory. And you, what is this now? Wait, I have it here. So here, this is a Moodle plugin directory. You just enter here student quiz, and I'm right now already on the student quiz page, and you can download it. Your system administrator will know how to do it. So you can install it right from this page, and it's actually 3 clicks. It's installed within less than 5 minutes on your Moodle site, but you have to install the plugin in order to use it.
Sir Frank,
Because
Dr.
it
Frank.
isn't, yeah.
Hello, sir. May we request if you can demo the student quiz plugin?
Yes, but how much time do we have left? I would be happy to do this.
5 minutes?
5 minutes. That's short. All right.
20 minutes?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, let's see. I
Okay.
actually prepared a little bit here. So, for example,
sir, you have 20 minutes.
all right, that is better. Let me show you 2 screens. So you can see these screens here, right? Am I sharing my screen already or not?
Not yet.
Ah, okay. Something here with the sharing does not work. Wait a second. Aha, yes, I did not approve the sharing it. So now you can see, I think, my screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Wonderful. All right. So here I'm in a Moodle course. By the way, this studentquiz.hsr.ch page, everybody can, and I invite you now to go to this page, and you can create an account on this page, or I created some generic ones. Just a second. Here. All right. Look, this is maybe you want to join me now. If you're in front of a computer, I mean, all of you are, right? You go to this page here, studentquiz.hsr.ch, and you can use, please pick a number. Don't make it number 1 because then everybody is number 1. Start maybe with the number 10, demo student 10. You just pick your favorite number, all right? And the password is, of course, student quiz with an uppercase S and an uppercase Q. All right. Now, please take a note here because I want to remove this screen that I can share the important screens with you again. So I give you 10 seconds here for taking a note. All right, 10 seconds over. And now I go into this course. And I'm enrolled in this right browser. I'm enrolled as a teacher, and here is a student quiz. And maybe I create even a new one with you. So I say turn edit on. This is Moodle 3.10 here. And add an activity or resource. I click on this. And then you find student quiz here in your activity list. And I call this demo student quiz Philippines. And I mean, these are the settings that I explained before, but let me not repeat this. I just click now on save and display. Okay, now this is an empty student quiz because it's brand new. And here on the left side, I'm a student. I just refresh. I use some login here. And now I go to this course, demo, student quiz demo course, as probably you all do now. And I find here this demo student quiz Philippines. All right, I click on this one, and I have the same view. It is there is no question in yet. All right, this is a student view. Here I am the student. Look, this is my student picture. All right, and on the right side I'm teacher Frank. Now create a new question. I want to create a question here, and just let me some. I prepared some questions here. So the first question is a true-false question. It's open to all the question types. This student quiz, I want to create a true-false question. I call it student quiz collaboration. And my question is, student quiz enables students to create their own question pools collaboratively. Is this statement true or false? And I hope you agree that this is true. Now, this here is Moodle. This is not student quiz. That is a way how you create a true-false question within Moodle. And now I save this question. I could also add text to these questions. Maybe I do this. So this is about student quiz, and this is about collaboration. And save the question. So now I have a question here, student quiz collaboration. Now let's see at my student. This is my student's browser. He refreshes his screen and there's a question. Oh, great. I see another guy. Somebody here provided a true-false question. So I can see I'm not alone anymore. Some of you are participating here. Perfect. And so I'm a student, so this is anonymous. Here, I'm the teacher, and I can see somebody who picked student number 28 was so kind to provide a question here. Now, let me be the student, and the student also wants to create a question. So I create a question now. As a student, I do also true-false question here to make it short. And my question gets a title, Student Quiz Origin, and the text here says that somewhere Student Quiz was developed at the HSI University of Applied Sciences in Rapperswil. And I do a little mistake here. Maybe you notice, and I save this question. So now my student can see his, let me just refresh here, just a second. Okay, so you see, because this question was created by this particular student, that's why he has a preview. He can trash his question, or he could modify his question. Now, I go here again in the role of teacher Frank. Good. Now let me become a coach. My students are, and I invite everybody here, please create questions. And I now do a review of the question. For example, the true-false question here, who came by student 28. I have no idea who this is. So I click here on this little lens. And now I do a review of this question, true-false. Moodle stands for modular. Yeah, it's always great to remind us of this. Moodle was created in '92, right? And nowadays, I would assume that Martin de Guillermo's would have picked another name, but we are all now happy with Moodle, and most of us don't really know what it stands for. Okay, this is true.
Hello, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yes, please.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. All right.
Sorry for that.
So I just click whether it's properly configured. Yes, it is. And now I approve this question, and I like it so much. I give it 5 stars. Change state. And I also want to leave a little comment. Great question. So, and now because student 28 will get an email notification. If you create an own account, you can you will also receive notifications. So you see, this one is approved. The others we don't have time. Just one last thing, because maybe you have many questions already. You click here on import, and for example, I have quite many questions already in an XML file, and now I will upload these questions in my student quiz. And this was a demo student quiz Philippines. So now there are quite many, and we are over with our time, but I invite you, you have the credentials now to to access this page. These are interesting questions. Some of them are really serious. Some others are just a little bit funny. You might want to answer. One thing is to contribute. The other is to answer the questions. And then you can check whether you have a good understanding of what I was demonstrating now. So I guess my time is over.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for patiently answering the questions from our participants in Zoom and viewers in YouTube and Facebook.
Great questions. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Do we still have some more questions here? Let me see. Or no more. Okay, so there being okay, I can see questions here. So there being no other questions asked, let us now award the certificate of appreciation, which reads, we will now award the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Frank Kosh. Where's the certificate? Okay. So let us now award the certificate of appreciation, which reads Nefila Web Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Frank Kosh for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievement, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 28th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and CEO of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Sir Frank, please accept this virtual certificate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salamat po, Leonila. And
Salamat
thank you
din po.
thank you very much to the Philippines and to Nefila and to all the participants here, to the speakers. Very happy to be with you. And please keep in touch. You have my email address.
Okay,
I'm
thank
sometimes
you
in
very
the Philippines, so maybe we see each other one day.
Yes, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you very much once again, Dr. Frank Kosh. So this afternoon, you attended 3 breakout sessions. First was the talk by Dr. Remo Aguilar about the core PBO training experience with Moodle, followed by the presentation of Dr. Ilya Sampa about application of curriculum and program design in Moodle. And lastly, the talk about Students Quiz, Empowering Students by Dr. Frank Kosh of Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Science. Okay, so thank you very much, our dear participants. So this time we'll now proceed to, as promised, our raffle.
Yes, Miss Len, hi.
Hi, Miss Ayoni. Welcome back.
Yes, so you know how we Filipinos love a raffle, and we wouldn't
Yes.
be letting our participants go without throwing some giveaways courtesy of Nefila Web Technology and of course our sponsors. You know, Miss Len, we have here, everybody has a chance to win one of the 5 items to be drawn. So we have 264 gig dual USB Type-C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG. We
Yes,
also
that's
have
right.
one portable wireless Bluetooth speaker. That's the one on the screen. We also have a lunchbox with compartment. So that's 1,100 ml. And a 1.5 liter multifunctional nonstick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot. So you got me at nonstick.
Yes. So
Okay,
let's
so
now
ma'am, yes, Miss
have
Len, our
yes.
organizers have actually prepared an electronic draw to determine
Okay.
our winners. So for our
Okay.
participants who are still here, only those who have registered and are still with us until this time will be eligible to win the prize. So
Okay,
once
that's
your
right,
name is
Ayoni.
called, kindly signify your presence by commenting on the chat box.
Yes, very good.
Okay, so I think
So
we're
we'll
ready,
start
Miss
now.
Len.
Okay.
Yes.
So please don't forget to write down your names in the chat box if your name is flashed on the screen. So we have here Clarence Akpal. Okay,
Clarence
Clarence, will you
Akpal,
please write down
congratulations.
your name in the comment box?
Are you still here?
Clarence Akpal, please write down because that is where we will get your names. Oh, we want to know if you are still there.
Okay, Sir Clarence Akpal, you just won a 64 gig dual USB Type C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG.
So, congratulations, Clarence Akpal. You now have your 64 GB dual USB Type-C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG. Okay, let's now have the second winner of this raffle for today.
Okay, ready? Next winner is Mr. Ernesto Tomas.
Okay, Mr. Ernesto Tomas, please write your name or type it in the chat box if you're here in Zoom. So you won 64 GB dual USB Type-C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG also. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our second winner. Now, for the third winner,
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Mark Anthony F. Papa. So you won portable wireless Bluetooth speaker.
if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Papa was also the top one in the leaderboard during the
Yes,
first day of
yes,
the
ma'am.
workshop.
Yes, ma'am.
So congratulations, sir. You just won a portable wireless Bluetooth
He is
speaker.
very participative.
Yes.
Okay, next winner. To bring home lunchbox with compartments. 1,100 ml ang capacity niya. Yes, congratulations. Alvan Pipito.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Alvin Pepito. And for our last winner, let's see who wins this minor raffle prize. Congratulations, Oyinda Abiose.
Congratulations. You now have your 1.5 liters multifunctional nonstick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations to all our winners. Before we end, Miss Len, allow me, of
Yes.
course, to recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors who
Go
helped
ahead,
make
ma'am.
this event possible. So thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, MoTrain, Wireless, and Linode. And lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle.
Okay, so please don't forget to like us on Facebook at Moodlemoot Philippines, tweet using hashtag MoodPH21, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Nefila Web Technology NWTI. Ma'am, what will be our announcement for tomorrow?
Okay, just a few
Ayoni?
reminders for tomorrow. Kindly log in 10 minutes before the program. So we expect you to be with us at 8:50 a.m. And don't forget to log in using your full name. Okay, so with that, we now close day 3 of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This has been your host, Ione the Best.
And Len Agustin.
Thank you and see you
Thank
tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Ayoni. Thank you, dear participants and viewers, for joining us today in our event. See you again tomorrow. Bye.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.